Simon & Schuster Audio presents November 9 by Colleen Hoover. Read by Angela Goethals and Zachary Weber.
First, November 9th. I am translucent, aquatic, drifting, aimless. She is an anchor sinking in my sea. Benton James Kessler.
Fallon. I wonder what kind of sound it would make if I were to smash this glass against the side of his head. It's a thick glass. His head is hard. The potential for a nice, big thud is there. I wonder if he would bleed. There are napkins on the table, but not the good kind that could soak up a lot of blood.
So yeah, I'm a little shocked, but it's happening,
he says. His voice causes my grip to tighten around the glass, in hopes that it stays in my hand and doesn't actually end up against the side of his skull.
Fallon.
He clears his throat and tries to soften his words, but they still come at me like knives.
Are you going to say anything?
I stab the hollow part of an ice cube with my straw, imagining that it's his head.
What am I supposed to say?
I mumble, resembling a bratty child, rather than the 18-year-old adult that I am.
Do you want me to congratulate you?
My back meets the booth behind me, and I fold my arms across my chest. I look at him and wonder if the regret I see in his eyes is a result of disappointing me, or if he's simply acting again. It's only been 5 minutes since he sat down, and he's already turned his side of the booth into his stage. And, once again, I'm forced to be his audience. His fingers drum the sides of his coffee cup as he watches me silently for several beats. Tap, 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 tap. He thinks I'll eventually give in and tell him what he wants to hear, but he hasn't been around me enough in the last 2 years to know that I'm not that girl anymore. When I refuse to acknowledge his performance, he eventually sighs and drops his elbows to the table.
Well, I thought you'd be happy for me.
I force a quick shake of my head. Happy for you? He can't be serious. He shrugs, and a smug smile takes over his already irritating expression.
I didn't know I had it in me to become a father again.
A loud burst of disbelieving laughter escapes my mouth. Releasing sperm into the vagina of a 24-year-old does not a father make, I say, somewhat bitterly. His smug smile disappears, and he leans back and cocks his head to the side. The head cock was always his go-to move when he wasn't sure how to react on screen. Just look like you're contemplating something deep and it'll pass for almost any emotion. Sad, introspective, apologetic, sympathetic. He must not recall that he was my acting coach for most of my life, and this look was one of the first he taught me.
You don't think I have the right to call myself a father?
He sounds offended by my response.
What does that make me to you, then?
I treat his question as rhetorical, and stab at another piece of ice. I skillfully slip it up my straw and then slide the piece of ice into my mouth. I bite into it with a loud, uncaring crunch. Surely he doesn't expect me to answer that question. He hasn't been a father since the night my acting career came to a standstill when I was just 16. And if I'm being honest with myself, I'm not even sure he was much of a father before that night either. We were more like acting coach and student. One of his hands finds its way through the expensive implanted follicles of hair that line his forehead.
Why are you doing this?
He's becoming increasingly annoyed with my attitude by the second.
Are you still pissed that I didn't show up for your graduation? I already told you I had a scheduling conflict.
No, I reply evenly. I didn't invite you to my graduation. He pulls back, looking at me incredulously.
Why not?
I only had 4 tickets.
And, he says, I'm your father. Why the hell wouldn't you invite me to your high school graduation?
You wouldn't have come.
You don't know that.
He fires back.
You didn't come.
He rolls his eyes.
Well, of course I didn't, Fallon. I wasn't invited.
I sigh heavily. You're impossible. Now I understand why Mom left you. He gives his head a slight shake. Your mother left me because I slept with her best friend. My personality had nothing to do with it. I don't even know what to say to that. The man has absolutely 0 remorse. I both hate and envy it. In a way, I wish I were more like him and less like my mother. He's oblivious to his many flaws, whereas mine are the focal point of my life. My flaws are what wake me up in the morning and what keep me awake every night.
Who had the salmon?
The waiter asks. Impeccable timing. I lift my hand and he sets my plate in front of me. I don't even have an appetite anymore, so I scoot the rice around with my fork.
Hey, wait a second.
I look up at the waiter, but he isn't addressing his comment at me. He's staring intently at my father.
Are you?
Oh, God, here we go. The waiter slaps his hand on the table and I flinch.
You are! You're Donovan O'Neill. You played Max Epcot.
My father shrugs modestly, but I know there isn't a modest thing about this man. Even though he hasn't played the role of Max Epcot since the show went off the air 10 years ago, he still acts like it's the biggest thing on television. And people who recognize him are the reason he still responds this way. They act like they've never seen an actor in real life before. This is LA, for Christ's sake. Everyone here is an actor. My stabbing mood continues as I spear at my salmon with my fork. But then, the waiter interrupts to ask if I'll take a picture of the two of them. Sigh. I begrudgingly slide out of the booth. He tries to hand me his phone for the picture, but I hold up my hand in protest and proceed to walk around him. I need to use the restroom, I mutter, walking away from the booth. Just take a selfie with him. He loves selfies. I rush toward the restroom to find a moment of reprieve from my father. I don't know why I asked him to meet me today. It could be because I'm moving and I won't see him for God knows how long, but that's not even a good enough excuse to put myself through this. I swing open the door to the first stall. I lock it behind me and pull a protective seat cover out of the dispenser and place it over the toilet seat. I read a study on bacteria in public restrooms once. The first stall in every bathroom studied was found to have the least amount of bacteria. People assume the first stall is the most utilized, so most people skip over it. Not me. It's the only one I'll use. I haven't always been a germaphobe, but spending 2 months in the hospital when I was 16 left me a bit obsessive-compulsive when it comes to hygiene. Once I'm finished using the restroom, I take at least a full minute to wash my hands. I stare down at them the entire time, refusing to look in the mirror. Avoiding my reflection becomes easier by the day, but I still catch a glimpse of myself while reaching for a paper towel. No matter how many times I've looked in a mirror, I still haven't grown used to what I see. I bring my left hand up and touch the scars that run across the left side of my face, over my jaw, and down my neck. They disappear beneath the collar of my shirt, but underneath my clothing. The scars run down the entire left side of my torso, stopping just below my waistline. I run my fingers over the areas of skin that now resemble puckered leather, scars that constantly remind me that the fire was real and not just a nightmare I can force myself awake from with a pinch on the arm. I was bandaged up for months after the fire, unable to touch most of my body. Now that the burns are healed and I'm left with the scars, I catch myself touching them obsessively. The scars feel like stretched velvet, and it would be normal to be as revolted by their feel as I am by their appearance, but instead, I actually like the way they feel. I'm always absent-mindedly running my fingers up and down my neck or arm, reading the braille on my skin until I realize what I'm doing and stop. I shouldn't like any aspect of the one thing that ripped my life out from under me, even if it is simply the way it feels beneath my fingertips. The way it looks is something else. Like each of my flaws has been blanketed in pink highlights, put on display for the entire world to see. No matter how hard I try to hide them with my hair and clothes, they're there. They'll always be there. A permanent reminder of the night that destroyed all the best parts of me. I'm not one to really focus on dates or anniversaries, but when I woke up this morning, today's date was the first thought that popped into my head. Probably because it was the last thought I had before falling asleep last night. It's been 2 years to the day since my father's home was engulfed by the fire that almost claimed my life. Maybe that's why I wanted to see my father today. Maybe I hoped he would remember. Say something to comfort me. I know he's apologized enough, but how much can I actually forgive him for forgetting about me? I only stayed at his house once a week on average, but I had texted him that morning to let him know I would be staying the night, so one would think that when my father accidentally catches his own house on fire, he would come rescue me from my sleep. But not only did that not happen, he forgot I was there. No one knew anyone was in the house until they heard me scream from the second floor. I know he holds a lot of guilt for that. He apologized every time he saw me for weeks, but the apologies became as scarce as his visits and phone calls. The resentment I hold is still very much there, even though I wish it wasn't. The fire was an accident. I survived. Those are the two things I try to focus on, but it's hard when I think about it every time I look at myself. I think about it every time someone else looks at me. The bathroom door swings open and a woman walks in, glances at me, and then quickly looks away as she heads toward the last stall. Should have picked the first one, lady. I look myself over one more time in the mirror. I used to wear my hair above the shoulders with edgy bangs, but it's grown a lot in the last couple of years, and not without reason. I brush my fingers through the long, dark strands of hair that I've trained to cover most of the left side of my face. I pull the sleeve of my left arm down to my wrist, and then pull the collar up to cover most of my neck. The scars are barely visible like this, and I can actually stomach looking at myself in the mirror. I used to think I was pretty, but hair and clothes can only cover up so much now. I hear a toilet flush, so I turn quickly and make my way to the door before the woman can exit the stall. I do what I can to avoid people most of the time, and not because I'm afraid they'll stare at my scars. I avoid them because they don't stare. The second people notice me, they look away just as fast, because they're afraid to appear rude or judgmental. Just once, it would be nice if someone looked me in the eyes and held my stare. It's been so long since that's happened. I hate to admit that I miss the attention I used to get, but I do. I exit the bathroom and head back toward the booth, disappointed to still see the back of my father's head. I was hoping he would have had some kind of emergency and been required to leave while I was in the restroom. It's sad that I'd rather be greeted by an empty booth than by my own father. The thought almost makes me frown, but I'm suddenly sidetracked by the guy seated in the booth I'm about to walk past. I don't usually notice people, considering they do everything in their power to avoid eye contact with me. However, this guy's eyes are intense, curious, and staring straight at me. My first thought when I see him is, if only this were 2 years ago. I think that a lot when I come across guys I could possibly be attracted to. And this guy is definitely cute. Not in a typical Hollywood way, much like most of the guys who inhabit this city. Those guys all look the same, as if there's a perfect mold for a successful actor and they're all trying to fit it. This guy is the complete opposite. His 5 o'clock shadow isn't a symmetrical, purposeful work of art. Instead, his stubble is splotchy and uneven, like he spent the night working late and actually didn't have time to shave. His hair isn't styled with gel to give him the messy, just-rolled-out-of-bed look. This guy's hair actually is messy. Strands of chocolate hair sweep across his forehead, some of them erratic and wild. It's like he woke up late for an appointment and was too hurried to bother with looking in a mirror. Such an unkempt appearance should be a turnoff, but that's what I find so odd. Despite him looking like he doesn't have one iota of self-absorption, he's one of the most attractive guys I've ever seen. I think. This could just be a side effect of my obsession with cleanliness. Maybe I so desperately long for the kind of carelessness this guy exhibits that I'm mistaking jealousy for fascination. I also might think he's cute simply because he's one of the few people in the last 2 years who doesn't immediately look away the moment my eyes meet his. I still have to pass his table in order to get to my booth behind him, and I can't decide if I want to break out in a sprint in order to get his eyes off me, or if I should walk in slow motion so I can soak up the attention. His body shifts as I begin to pass him, and his stare becomes too much all of a sudden, too invasive. I feel my cheeks flush and my skin tingle, so I look down at my feet and allow my hair to fall in front of my face. I even pull a strand of it into my mouth in order to block more of his view. I don't know why his stare is making me uncomfortable, but it is. Just a few minutes ago I was thinking about how much I miss being stared at, but now that it's happening, I just want him to look away. Right before he's out of my peripheral vision, I cut my eyes in his direction and catch a ghost of a smile. He must not have noticed my scars. That's the only reason a guy like him would have smiled at me. Ugh, it annoys me that I even think this way. I used to not be this girl. I used to be confident, but the fire melted away every ounce of my self-esteem. I've tried getting it back, but it's hard to believe someone could ever find me attractive when I can't even look at myself in the mirror. That never gets old, my father says, as I slide back into the booth. I glance up at him, almost having forgotten he was here. What never gets old? He waves his fork toward the waiter, who is now standing at the cash register. That, he says, having fans. He shoves a bite of food in his mouth and begins speaking with a mouthful. So, what did you want to talk to me about? What makes you think I wanted to talk to you about something in particular? He gestures over the table. We're having lunch together. You obviously need to tell me something. It's sad that this is what our relationship has come to. knowing that a simple lunch date has to be more than just a daughter wanting to see her father. I'm moving to New York tomorrow. Well, tonight, actually, but my flight isn't until late, and I don't officially land in New York until the 10th. He grabs his napkin and covers a cough. At least I think it's a cough. Surely that news didn't make him choke on his food. New York, he sputters, and then he laughs. Laughs, as if me living in New York is a joke. Stay calm, Fallon. Your father is an asshole. That's old news. What in the world? Why? What's in New York? His questions keep coming as he processes the information. And please, don't tell me you met someone online. My pulse is raging. Can't he at least pretend to support one of my decisions? I want a change of pace. I was thinking about auditioning for Broadway. When I was 7, my father took me to see Cats on Broadway. It was the first time I had ever been to New York, and it was one of the best trips of my life. Up until that moment, he had always pushed me to be an actress, but it wasn't until I saw that live performance that I knew I had to be an actress. I never had the chance to pursue theater because my father dictated each step of my career, and he's more fond of film. But it's been 2 years now since I've done anything with myself. I don't know if I actually have the courage to audition anytime soon, but making the choice to move to New York is one of the most proactive things I've done since the fire. My father takes a drink, and after he sets down his glass, his shoulders drop with a sigh. Fallon, listen, he says. I know you miss acting, but don't you think it's time you pursue other options? I'm so beyond caring about his motives now. I don't even point out the pile of bullshit he just threw at me. My entire life, all he did was push me to follow in his footsteps. After the fire, his encouragement came to a complete halt. I'm not an idiot. I know he thinks I don't have what it takes to be an actress anymore, and part of me knows he's right. Looks are really important in Hollywood, which is precisely why I want to move to New York. If I ever want to act again, theater may be my best hope. I wish he wasn't so transparent. My mother was ecstatic when I told her I wanted to move. Since graduation and moving in with Amber, I rarely leave my apartment. Mom was sad to find out I would be moving away from her, but happy to see that I was willing to leave the confines of not only my apartment, but the entire state of California. I wish my father could see what a huge step this is for me. What happened with that narrating job? He asks. I'm still with them. Audiobooks are recorded in studios. Studios exist in New York. He rolls his eyes. Unfortunately. What's wrong with audiobooks? He shoots me a look of disbelief. Aside from the fact that narrating audiobooks is considered the cesspool of acting, you can do better, Fallon. Hell, go to college or something. My heart sinks, just when I thought he couldn't be more self-absorbed. He stops chewing and looks straight at me when he realizes what he implied. He quickly wipes his mouth with his napkin and points at me. You know that's not what I mean. I'm not saying you've reduced yourself to audiobooks. What I'm saying is that you can find a better career to fall back on now that you can't act anymore. There isn't enough money in narration, or Broadway for that matter. He says Broadway like it's poison in his mouth. For your information, there are a lot of respectable actors who also narrate audiobooks. And do you need me to name A-list actors on Broadway right now? I have all day. He yields with a shake of his head, even though I know he doesn't really agree with me. He just feels bad for insulting one of the few acting-related professions I'm able to pursue. He lifts his empty glass of water to his mouth and tilts his head back far enough to salvage a sip from the melting ice. Water, he says, shaking his glass in the air, until the waiter nods and walks over to refill it. I stab at my salmon again, which is no longer warm. I hope he finishes his meal soon, because I'm not sure I can stomach much more of this visit. The only sense of relief I feel at this point is from knowing I'll be on the opposite coast from him come this time tomorrow, even if I am trading sunshine for snow.
"Don't make plans for mid-January," he says, changing the subject. "I'll need you to fly back to LA for a week."
Why? What's happening in January?
"Your old man is getting hitched."
I squeeze the back of my neck and look down at my lap.
Kill me now.
I feel a pang of guilt, because as much as I wish someone would actually kill me right now, I didn't mean to say those words out loud.
"Fallon, you can't judge whether or not you'll like her until you've met her."
I don't have to meet her to know I won't like her, I say. She is marrying you, after all. I try to disguise the truth in my words with a sarcastic smile, but I'm sure he knows I mean every word I say to him.
"In case you've forgotten, your mother also chose to marry me, and you seem to like her just fine,"
he says in retort. He has me there. Touché. But in my defense, this makes your 5th proposal since I was 10.
"But only the 3rd wife,"
he clarifies. I finally sink my fork into the salmon and take a bite.
"You make me want to swear off men forever,"
I say with a mouthful. He laughs.
"That shouldn't be a problem. I've only known you to go on one date, and that was over 2 years ago."
I swallow the bite of salmon with a gulp. Seriously? Where was I when they were assigning decent fathers? Why did I have to get stuck with the obtuse asshole? I wonder how many times he's put his foot in his mouth during lunch today. He better watch out or his gums are gonna get athlete's foot. He honestly has no idea what today is. If he did, he would never have said something so careless. I can see in the sudden furrow of his brow that he's attempting to construct an apology for what he just said. I'm sure he didn't mean it in the way I took it, but that doesn't stop me from wanting to retaliate with my own words. I reach up and tuck my hair behind my left ear, putting my scars on full display as I look him square in the eye. Well, Dad, I don't really get the same attention from guys that I used to get, before this happened. I wave my hand across my face, but I already regret the words that just slipped from my mouth. Why do I always stoop to his level? I'm better than this. His eyes fall to my cheek and then quickly drop to the table. He actually looks remorseful, and I contemplate laying off the bitterness and being a little nicer to him. However, before anything nice can come out of my mouth, the guy in the booth behind my father begins to stand up, and my attention span is shot to hell. I try to pull my hair back in front of my face before he turns around, but it's too late. He's already staring at me again. The same smile he shot at me earlier is still affixed to his face, but this time I don't look away from him. In fact, my eyes don't leave his as he makes his way to our booth. Before I can react, he's sliding into the seat with me. Holy shit, what is he doing?
"Sorry I'm late, babe,"
he says, wrapping his arm around my shoulders. He just called me babe. This random dude just put his arm around me and called me babe. What the hell is going on? I glance at my father, thinking he's in on this somehow, but he's looking at the stranger next to me with even more confusion than I probably am. I stiffen beneath the guy's arm when I feel his lips press against the side of my head.
"Damn LA traffic,"
he mutters. Random dude just put his lips in my hair. What is going on? The guy reaches across the table for my father's hand.
"I'm Ben,"
he says. "Benton James Kessler, your daughter's boyfriend." Your daughter's what? My father returns the handshake. I'm pretty sure my mouth is hanging open, so I immediately clamp it shut. I don't want my father to know I have no idea who this guy is. I also don't want this Benton guy to think my jaw is touching the floor because I like his attention. I'm only looking at him like this because he's obviously a lunatic. He releases my father's hand and settles against the booth. He gives me a quick wink and leans toward me, bringing his mouth close enough to my ear to warrant being punched. "Just go with it," he whispers. He pulls back, still smiling. Just go with it? What is this, his improv class assignment? And then it hits me. He overheard our entire conversation. He must be pretending to be my boyfriend as some weird way to stick it to my father. I think I like my new fake boyfriend. Now that I know he's toying with my father, I smile at him affectionately. I didn't think you'd make it. I lean into Ben and look at my father. "Babe, you know I've been wanting to meet your father. You hardly ever get to see him. No amount of traffic could have kept me from showing up today." I shoot my new fake boyfriend a satisfied grin for that dig. Ben must have an asshole for a father, too, because he seems to know just what to say. "Oh, I'm sorry," Ben says, focusing on my father again. "I didn't catch your name." My father is already eyeing Ben with disapproval. God, I love it. "Donovan O'Neill," my father says. "You've probably heard the name before. I was the star of—" "Nope," Ben interrupts. "Doesn't ring a bell." He turns to me and winks. "But Fallon here has told me a lot about you." He pinches my chin and looks back at my father. "And speaking of our girl, what do you think of her moving all the way to New York?" He looks back down at me and frowns. "I don't want my ladybug running off to another city, but if it means she's following her dream, I'll be the first to make sure she's on her flight." Ladybug? He better be glad he's my fake boyfriend, because I feel like punching him in his fake nuts for that cheesy moniker. My dad clears his throat, obviously uncomfortable with our new lunch guest. "I can think of a few dreams an 18-year-old should follow, but Broadway isn't one of them, especially with the career she's already had. Broadway is a step down, in my opinion." Ben adjusts his position in his seat. "He smells really good, I think. It's been so long since I sat this close to a guy, he may smell completely normal." "Good thing she's 18, Ben says in response. "Parental opinions on what she does with her life don't really matter much at this point." I know he's only putting on an act, but no one has ever taken up for me like this before. It's making my lungs feel like they're seizing up. Stupid lungs. "It's not an opinion when it comes from an industry professional," my father says. "It's a fact. I've been in this business long enough to know when someone needs to bow out." I snap my head toward my father at the same time Ben's arm tenses around my shoulders. "Bow out?" Ben says. "Did you really just say out loud that your daughter needs to give up?" My father rolls his eyes and crosses both arms over his chest as he glares at Ben. Ben removes his arm from around my shoulders and mirrors my father's movements, glaring right back at him. God, this is so uncomfortable. And so amazing. I've never seen my father act like this. I've never seen him dislike someone instantly. "Listen, Ben," he says his name with a mouthful of distaste.
Fallon doesn't need you filling her head with nonsense simply because you're excited about the prospect of having a booty call on the East Coast. Oh my God. Did my father just refer to me as this guy's booty call? My mouth is agape as he continues. My daughter is smart. She's tough. She accepts that the career she worked her whole life for is out of the question now that... He flicks his hand toward me. Now that she... He's unable to finish his own sentence, and a look of regret washes over his face. I know exactly what he was about to say. He's been saying everything but that for 2 years now. I was one of the fastest up-and-coming teen actresses just 2 years ago, and the moment the fire burned away my looks, the studio pulled my contract. I think he mourns the idea that he's not the father of an actress, more than he mourns almost losing his daughter to a fire that was caused by his carelessness. Once my contract was canceled, we never spoke about the possibility of me acting again. We never really speak at all anymore. He's gone from being the father who spent his entire days on set with me for 1.5 years to the father whom I see maybe once a month. So I'll be damned if he doesn't finish what he was about to say. I've been waiting 2 years to hear him admit that my looks are why I no longer have a career. Until today, it's always just been a silent assumption. We never talk about why I no longer act. We only talk about the fact that I don't. And while he's at it, it would also be nice to hear him admit that the fire also destroyed our relationship. He has absolutely no idea how to be a father to me now that he's no longer my acting coach and manager. I narrow my eyes in his direction. Finish your sentence, Dad. He shakes his head, trying to dismiss the subject entirely. I arch an eyebrow, daring him to continue. Do you really want to do this right now? He glances in the direction of Ben, hoping to use my pretend boyfriend as a buffer. As a matter of fact, I do. My father closes his eyes and sighs heavily. When he opens them again, he leans forward and folds his arms on the table. You know I think you're beautiful, Fallon. Stop twisting my words. It's this business that has higher standards than a father does, and all we can do is accept it. In fact, I thought we had accepted it, he says, cutting his eyes in Ben's direction. I bite the inside of my cheek in order to refrain from saying something I'll regret. I've always known the truth. When I saw myself in the mirror for the first time in the hospital, I knew everything was over. But hearing my father admit out loud that he also thinks I should stop following my dreams is more than I was prepared for. Wow, Ben mutters under his breath. That was... He looks at my father and shakes his head in disgust. You're her father. If I didn't know better, I would say the grimace on Ben's face is genuine and he isn't just acting. Exactly. I'm her father, not her mother who feeds her whatever bullshit she thinks will make her little girl feel better. New York and L.A. are filled with thousands of girls following the same dream Fallon has been following her entire life. Girls who are wildly talented, exceptionally beautiful. Fallon knows I believe she's got more talent than all of them put together, but she's also realistic. Everyone has dreams, but unfortunately she no longer has the tools it takes to achieve hers. She needs to accept that before she wastes money on a cross-country move that isn't going to do a damn thing for her career. I close my eyes. Whoever said the truth hurts was being an optimist. The truth is an excruciatingly painful son of a bitch. Jesus, Ben says. "You are unbelievable." "And you're unrealistic," my father replies. I open my eyes and nudge Ben's arm, letting him know I want out of the booth. I can't do this anymore. Ben fails to move. Instead, he slides his hand under the table and grips my knee, urging me to stay seated. My leg stiffens beneath his touch, because my body is sending mixed signals to my brain. I'm pissed at my father right now, so pissed. But somehow I feel comforted by this complete stranger who is taking up for me for no apparent reason. I want to scream, and I want to smile, and I want to cry. But most of all, I just want something to eat, because now I'm actually hungry and I wish I had warm salmon, damn it! I try to relax my leg so that Ben doesn't feel how tense I am. But he's the first guy in a long time to actually physically touch me. It's a little weird if I'm being honest.
"Let me ask you something, Mr. O'Neill,"
Ben says.
"Did Johnny Cash have a cleft palate?"
My father is quiet. I'm quiet too, hoping there's an actual point to Ben's random question. He was doing so well until he started talking about country singers. My father looks at Ben as if he's crazy.
"What in the hell does a country singer have to do with this conversation?"
"Everything," Ben quickly replies.
And no, he didn't have one. However, the actor who portrayed him in Walk the Line has a very prominent scar on his face. Joaquin Phoenix was actually nominated for an Academy Award for that role.
My pulse quickens when I realize what he's doing.
"What about Idi Amin?"
Ben asks. My father rolls his eyes, bored with this line of questioning.
"What about him?" "He didn't have a lazy eye. However, the actor who played him, Forrest Whitaker, does. Another Academy Award nominee, funny enough, and winner."
This is the first time I've ever seen anyone put my father in his place. And even though this entire conversation is making me uncomfortable, I'm not too uncomfortable to enjoy this rare and beautiful moment.
"Congratulations," my father says to Ben, completely unimpressed. "You listed 2 successful examples out of millions of failures."
I try not to take my father's words personally, but it's hard not to. I know at this point it's become more of a power struggle between the two of them, and less about him and me. It's just really disappointing that he'd rather win an argument against a complete stranger than defend his own daughter.
"If your daughter is as talented as you claim she is, wouldn't you want to encourage her not to give up on her dreams? Why would you want her to see the world the way you do?"
My father stiffens.
"And how exactly do you think I see the world, Mr. Kessler?"
Ben leans back in our booth without breaking eye contact with my father.
"Through the closed eyes of an arrogant asshole."
The silence that follows is like the calm before the storm. I wait for one of them to throw the first punch, but instead, my father reaches into his pocket and pulls out his wallet. He tosses cash onto the table, and then looks directly at me.
"I may be honest to a fault, but if bullshit is what you prefer to hear, then this prick is perfect for you."
He slides out of the booth.
"I bet your mother loves him,"
he mutters. I wince at his words, and want so badly to hurl an insult back at him, one so epic that it would wound his ego for days. The only problem with that is there's nothing anyone could say that would wound a man who has absolutely no heart. Rather than scream something at him as he walks out the door, I simply sit in silence. With my fake boyfriend. This has got to be the most humiliating, awkward moment of my life. As soon as I feel the first tear begin to escape, I push against Ben's arm.
I need out, I whisper. Please. He slides out of the booth, and I keep my head down as I stand and walk past him. I don't dare look back at him as I head toward the restroom again. The fact that he felt the need to pretend to be my boyfriend is embarrassing enough. But then, I had to go and have the worst fight I've ever had with my father right in front of him. If I were Benton James Kessler, I would have fake dumped me by now.
Ben. I hang my head in my hands and wait for her to return from the bathroom. I should leave, actually. I don't want to leave, though. I feel like I trampled on her day with the stunt I just pulled with her dad. As smooth as I tried to be, I didn't ease into this girl's life with the discreet grace of a fox. I barged into it with the subtlety of a 15,000-pound elephant. Why did I feel the need to step in? Why did I think she wasn't capable of handling her father on her own? She's probably pissed at me right now, and we've only been fake dating for half an hour. This is why I choose not to have real-life girlfriends. I can't even pretend without starting a fight. But I did just order her a warm plate of salmon, so maybe that'll make up for some of it. She finally exits the bathroom, but the second she sees me still seated on her side of the booth, she pauses. The confusion on her face makes it apparent she was sure I'd be gone by the time she returned to the table. I should have been gone. I should have left half an hour ago. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. I stand up and motion for her to sit. She eyes me suspiciously as she slides into her seat. I reach over to the other booth and collect my laptop, my plate of food, and my drink. I set them all on her table, and then I occupy the seat her asshole father was just sitting in minutes before. She's looking down at the table, probably wondering where her food went. It got cold, I tell her. I told the waiter to bring you another plate. Her eyes flick up to mine, but her head doesn't move. She doesn't crack a smile or say thank you. She just stares. I take a bite of my burger and begin to chew. I know she isn't shy. I could tell by the way she spoke to her father that she has sass, so I'm a little confused by her silence right now. I swallow my bite of food and take a drink of my soda, maintaining silent eye contact with her the whole time. I wish I could say I'm mentally preparing a brilliant apology, but I'm not. I seem to have a one-track mind, and that track leads straight to the two things I shouldn't even be thinking about right now. Her boobs. Both of them. I know I'm pathetic. But if we're just going to sit here and stare at each other, it'd be nice if she were showing a little cleavage instead of wearing this long-sleeved shirt that leaves everything to the imagination. It's pushing 80 degrees outside. She should be in something a lot less convent-inspired. A couple seated a few tables over stands up and begins to walk past us toward the exit. I noticed Fallon tilts her head away from them and lets her hair fall in front of her face like a protective shield. I don't even think she realizes she's doing it. It seems like such a natural reaction for her to try and cover up what she sees as flaws. That's probably why she's wearing the long-sleeve shirt. It shields everyone from seeing what's beneath it. And of course, this thought leads me to her breasts again. Are they scarred too? How much of her body is actually affected? I begin to mentally undress her, and not in a sexual way. I'm just curious, really curious, because I can't stop staring at her, and that's not like me. My mother raised me with more tact than this. But what my mother failed to teach me is that there would be girls like this one who would test those manners merely by existing. A solid minute passes, maybe two. I eat most of my fries, watching her watch me. She doesn't look angry. She doesn't look scared. At this point, she's not even trying to hide the scars she so desperately tries to cover from everyone else. Her eyes begin to make a slow descent until they stop at my shirt. She stares at it for a moment, and then moves her gaze over my arms, my shoulders, my face. She stops when she gets to my hair. Where did you go this morning? Her question is incredibly random and causes me to pause mid-chew. I figured the first question she would ask me would be why I took it upon myself to interfere with her personal life. I take a few seconds to swallow, take a drink, wipe my mouth, and then lean back in my booth. What do you mean? She motions to my hair. Your hair is a mess? She motions to my shirt. you're wearing the same shirt you wore yesterday? Her eyes fall to my fingers. Your nails are clean. How does she know I'm wearing the same shirt I wore yesterday? So why'd you leave wherever you woke up in such a hurry today? She asks. I look down at my shirt and then at my nails. How in the hell does she know I left in a rush this morning? People who don't take care of themselves don't have nails as clean as yours, she says. It contradicts the mustard stain on your shirt. I look down at my shirt, at the mustard stain I hadn't noticed until now. Your burger has mayonnaise on it, and since mustard is hardly ever eaten for breakfast and you're inhaling your food like you haven't eaten since yesterday, then the stain is more than likely from whatever you ate for dinner last night. And you obviously haven't looked in a mirror today, or you wouldn't have walked out of your house with your hair looking like that. Did you take a shower and fall asleep without drying your hair? She touches her long hair and flicks it between her fingers. Because hair as thick as yours bends when you sleep on it wet. Makes it impossible to fix without rewashing it. She leans forward and eyes me curiously. How in the heck did the front of your hair get so jacked up? Do you sleep on your stomach or something? What is she, a detective? I stare at her in disbelief. Yeah, I sleep on my stomach, and I was late for class. She nods like she somehow knew that already. The waiter appears with a fresh plate of food and refills her water. He opens his mouth like he wants to say something to her, but she's not paying attention to him. She's still staring at me, but she mutters a thank you at him. He looks like he's about to walk away, but before he does, he pauses and turns back to face her. He wrings his hands together, obviously nervous to ask whatever question is about to leave his mouth. So, Donovan O'Neill? Is he your father? She looks up at the waiter with an unreadable expression. Yes, she says flatly. The waiter smiles and relaxes with her response. Wow, he says, shaking his head in fascination. How awesome is that, to have the Max Epcot for a father? She doesn't smile or flinch. Nothing on her face indicates that this is a question she's heard a million times before. I wait for her sarcastic reply, because based on the way she responded to her father's senseless comments, there's no way this poor waiter is leaving here unscathed. Just when I think she's about to roll her eyes, she releases a pent-up breath and smiles. It was absolutely surreal. I'm the luckiest daughter in the world. The waiter grins. That's really cool. When he turns and walks away, she faces me again. What kind of class? She asks. It takes me a moment to process her question because I'm still trying to process the bullshit answer she just fed the waiter. I almost inquire about it, but think better of it. I'm sure it's easier for her to give people the answers they hope to hear, rather than an earful of the truth. That, and she's probably the most loyal person I've ever met because I'm not sure I could say those things about that man if he were my father. Creative writing. She smiles thoughtfully and picks up her fork. I knew you weren't an actor. She takes a bite of her salmon, and before she swallows the first bite, she's already cutting into it again. The next several minutes are spent in complete silence while we both finish eating. I clean my entire plate, but she pushes hers away before she even finishes half of it. So tell me something, she says, leaning forward. Why do you think I needed you to come to my rescue with that fake boyfriend crap? And there it is. She's upset with me. I kind of thought she might be. I didn't think you needed rescuing. I just sometimes find it difficult to control my indignation in the presence of absurdity. She raises an eyebrow. You're definitely a writer because who the hell talks like that? I laugh. Sorry, I guess what I'm trying to say is that I can be a temperamental idiot and I should have minded my own business. She pulls the napkin from her lap and sets it on her plate. One of her shoulders rises with a little half shrug. I didn't mind, she says with a smile. It was kind of fun seeing my father so flustered. And I've never had a fake boyfriend before. I've never had a real boyfriend before, I reply. Her eyes shift to my hair. Believe me, that's obvious. No gay man I know of would have left the house looking like you do right now. I kind of get the feeling she doesn't mind the way I look nearly as much as she's letting on. I'm sure she receives her fair share of physical discrimination, so I find it hard to believe she would be the type to list physical appearance high on her list of priorities in a guy. But it's not lost on me that she's teasing me. If I didn't know better, I'd say she was flirting. Yep, definitely should have walked out of this restaurant a long time ago. But this is one of the few moments I'm actually thankful for the plethora of bad decisions I tend to make. The waiter brings the check, but before I can pay it, Fallon scoops up the wad of cash her father threw on the table and hands it to him. "You need change?" he asks. She waves it off. "Keep it." The waiter clears off the table, and when he steps away, there's nothing left between us. The imminent end to the meal leaves me feeling a little unsettled, because I'm not sure what to say to keep her here longer. The girl is moving to New York, and chances are I'll never see her again. I don't know why the thought of that makes me anxious. "So," she says, "should we break up now?" I laugh, even though I'm still attempting to discern if she's got an incredible deadpan wit or absolutely no personality at all. There's a fine line between the two, but I'm betting it's the former. Hoping it is, anyway. "We haven't even been dating an hour yet, and you already want to dump me? Am I not very good at this boyfriend thing?" She smiles. "A little too good. It's weirding me out, to be honest. Is this the moment you break the ultimate boyfriend illusion and tell me you knocked up my cousin while we were on a break?" I can't help but laugh again. Definitely deadpan wit. I didn't knock her up. She was already 7 months pregnant when I slept with her. An infectious burst of laughter meets my ears, and I've never been more thankful to have a semi-decent sense of humor. I'm not allowing this girl to leave my sight until I get at least 3 or 4 more of those laughs out of her. Her laughter fades, followed by the smile on her face. She glances toward the door. "Is your name really Ben?" she asks, bringing her eyes back to mine. I nod. "What's your biggest regret in life, Ben?" An odd question, but I go with it. Odd seems completely normal with this girl, and never mind the fact that I'd never tell anyone my biggest regret. "I don't think I've lived through it yet," I lie. She stares at me thoughtfully. "So you're a decent human being? You've never killed anyone?" "So far." She holds back a smile. "So if we spend more time together today, you aren't going to murder me?" "Only if it's in self-defense." She laughs and then reaches for her purse. She wraps it over her shoulder and stands up. "That's a relief. Let's go to Pinkberry and we can break up over dessert." I hate ice cream. I hate yogurt. I especially hate yogurt pretending to be ice cream. But I'll be damned if I don't grab my laptop and my keys and follow her wherever the hell she's willing to lead me. "How have you lived in Los Angeles since you were 14 without ever stepping foot inside Pinkberry?" She almost sounds offended. She turns away from me to study the choice of toppings again. "Have you at least heard of Starbucks?" I laugh and point to the gummy bears. The server scoops a spoonful into my container. "I practically live in Starbucks. I'm a writer. It's a rite of passage." She's standing in front of me in line, waiting for our turn to pay, but she's looking at my container with disgust. "Oh, my God," she says. "You can't come to Pinkberry and just eat toppings." She looks up at me like I've killed a kitten. "Are you even human?" I roll my eyes and nudge her shoulder to turn her back around. "Stop berating me or I'll dump you before we even find a table." I pull a 20 out of my wallet and pay for our dessert. We maneuver our way through the crowded restaurant, but there aren't any free tables. She heads straight for the door, so I follow her outside and down the sidewalk until she finds an empty bench. She takes a seat on it cross-legged and sets her bowl in her lap. It's the first time I take a look at her bowl and realize she didn't get a single topping. I look down at my bowl, full of nothing but toppings. "I know," she says, laughing. "Jack Sprat could eat no fat. His wife could eat no lean." I finish. She smiles and spoons a bite into her mouth. She pulls the spoon out and licks the frozen yogurt off her bottom lip. I wasn't expecting this today, of all days. To be sitting across from this girl, watching her lick ice cream off her lips, and having to swallow air just to make sure I'm still breathing. "So you're a writer?" Her question gives me the footing I need to pull my mind out of the gutter. I nod. "Hope to be. I've never done it professionally, so I'm not sure I can call myself a writer yet." She shifts until she's facing me and props her elbow on the back of the bench. "It doesn't take a paycheck to validify that you're a writer." Validify isn't actually a word. "See?" she says. "I didn't even know that, so you're obviously a writer. Paycheck or not, I'm calling you a writer. Ben the writer. That's how I'm going to refer to you from this point forward." I laugh. And how should I refer to you? She chews on the tip of her spoon for a few seconds, her eyes narrowed in contemplation. Good question, she says. I'm kind of in transition at this point. Fallon the transient, I offer. She smiles. That works. Her back meets the bench when she faces forward. She uncrosses her legs, allowing her feet to meet the ground. So what kind of writing do you want to do? Novels? Screenplays? Hopefully everything. I don't really want to put a cap on it yet. I'm only 18. I kind of want to try it all, but my passion is definitely novels. And poetry. A quiet sigh leaves her mouth before she takes another bite. I don't know how, but it feels like my answer just made her sad. What about you, Fallon the transient? What's your life goal? She shoots me a sidelong glance. Are we talking about life goals now, or what our passion is? Not much of a difference. She laughs half-heartedly. There's a huge difference. My passion is acting, but that's not really my goal in life. Why not? Her eyes narrow in my direction before she looks back down at her container again. She begins stirring at the frozen yogurt with her spoon. She sighs with her entire body this time, like she's crumbling to the ground. You know, Ben, I appreciate how nice you've been since we became a couple, but you can stop with the act. My dad isn't here to witness it. I was about to take another bite, but my hand freezes before the spoon hits my mouth. What's that supposed to mean? I ask, baffled by the nosedive this conversation just took. She stabs at her yogurt with the spoon before leaning over and tossing it into a trash can beside her. She pulls a leg up and wraps her arms around it, facing me again. Do you really not know my story, or are you just pretending not to know? I'm not really sure which story she's referring to, so I give my head a slight shake. I'm so confused right now. She sighs, again. I don't think I've ever made a girl sigh this much in such a short amount of time. And they aren't the kind of sighs that make a guy feel good about his skills. They're the kind of sighs that make him wonder what the hell he's doing wrong. She picks at a piece of loose wood on the back of the bench with her thumb. She focuses on the wood as if she's talking to it rather than to me. I got really lucky when I was 14. Landed a role in a cheesy teenage spin on Sherlock Holmes meets Nancy Drew called Gumshoe. I starred in that show for a year and a half, and it was starting to do really well. But then this happened. She motions to her face. My contract was pulled, I was replaced, and I haven't acted since. So that's what I mean when I say that goals and passions are two separate things. Acting is my passion, but like my father said, I no longer have the tools it takes to achieve my life goal. So I guess I'll be looking for a new one soon unless a miracle happens in New York. I don't even know what to say to that. She's looking at me now, waiting for a response, but I can't think of one fast enough. She rests her chin on her arm and stares off behind me. I'm not very good with on-the-spot motivational speech, I say to her. Sometimes at night, I'll rewrite conversations I had during the day, but I'll change them up to reflect everything I wish I could have said in the moment. So I just want you to know that tonight when I write this conversation down on paper, I'll say something really heroic, and it'll make you feel really good about your life. She drops her forehead against her arm and laughs. The sight of it makes me smile. That is by far the best response I've ever gotten to that story. I lean forward to toss my container into the trash can behind her. It's the closest I've come to her since we were sitting in the booth together. Her entire body stiffens with my proximity. Rather than pull back right away, I look her directly in the eye before focusing on her mouth. That's what boyfriends are for, I say as I slowly back away from her. Normally, I wouldn't think twice about the fact that I'm deliberately flirting with a girl. I do it all the time. But Fallon is looking at me like I just committed the cardinal sin, and it makes me question if I've been misreading the vibe between us. I pull back completely, never shying away from the look of annoyance on her face. She points a finger at me. That, she says. Right there, that's the shit I'm referring to. I'm not sure I know what she's referring to, so I proceed with caution. You think I'm pretending to flirt with you to make you feel better about yourself? Aren't you? Does she really think that? Do people really not flirt with her? Is this because of her scars or because of her insecurities about her scars? Surely guys aren't as shallow as she's implying. If so, I'm embarrassed on behalf of all men, because this girl should be fighting off the guys who flirt with her not questioning their motives. I squeeze the tension from the center of my jaw and then cover my mouth with my hand while I contemplate how to respond. Of course, tonight when I think back on this moment, I'll come up with all kinds of great responses, but right now, I can't come up with the perfect response to save my life. I guess I'll just go with honesty. Mostly honest, anyway. That seems to be the best way to respond to this girl, since she reads through bullshit like it's written on transparent paper. Now I'm the one releasing a heavy sigh. You want to know what I thought when I saw you for the first time? She tilts her head. When you saw me for the first time, you mean as in 1 whole hour ago? I ignore her cynicism and continue. The first time you walked past me, before I interrupted your lunch date with your father, I stared at your ass the whole time you were stomping away, and I couldn't help but wonder what kind of panties you had on. That's all I thought about the entire time you were in the restroom. Were you a thong girl? Were you going commando? Because I didn't see an outline in your jeans that hinted you were wearing normal panties. Before you returned from the bathroom, I started to get this panic feeling in my stomach because I wasn't sure if I wanted to see your face. I had been listening in on your conversation and already knew I was drawn to your personality, but what about your face? People say not to judge a book by its cover, but what if you somehow read the inside of a book without seeing the cover first? And what if you really liked what was inside that book? Of course, when you go to close the book and are about to see the cover for the first time, you hope it's something you'll find attractive. Because who wants an incredibly written book sitting on their bookshelf if they have to stare at a shitty cover? She quickly glances down at her lap, but I continue talking. When you walked out of the bathroom, the first thing I noticed was your hair. It reminded me of the first girl I ever kissed. Her name was Abatha. She had great hair, and it always smelled like coconut. So it made me wonder if your hair smelled like coconut. And then it made me wonder if you kissed like Abatha, because even though she was my first kiss, it's still one of the only ones I can remember every detail of. Anyway, so I immediately noticed your eyes after admiring your hair. You were still several feet away, but you were looking straight at me, almost as if you couldn't understand why I was staring. But then I grew really uneasy and shifted in my seat, because as you so clearly pointed out already, I hadn't even looked in the mirror yet. I didn't know what you were seeing now that you were looking back at me, and if you even liked what you were seeing. My palms started sweating because this was the first impression you were getting of me, and I didn't know if it was good enough. You were almost to my booth at this point, and that's when my eyes fell to your cheek, to your neck. I saw the scars for the first time, and just as I noticed them, you darted your eyes to the floor and let your hair cover most of your face. And you know what I thought in that moment, Fallon? Her eyes flick up to meet mine, and I can tell she doesn't really want me to say it. She thinks she knows exactly what I thought in that moment, but she has no idea. I was so relieved, I tell her, because I could tell with that one simple movement that you were really insecure. And I realized, since you obviously had no idea how fucking beautiful you were, that I just might actually have a chance with you. And so I smiled, because I was hoping if I played my cards right, I might get to find out exactly what kind of panties you were wearing under those jeans. It's as if the world chooses this moment to go silent. No cars pass by, no birds chirp. The sidewalk around us is completely empty. It's the longest 10 seconds of my life, waiting for her to respond. So long, 10 seconds is enough time for me to want to take it all back. It's enough time for me to wish I would have just kept my mouth shut, rather than lay it all out there like that. Fallon clears her throat and looks away from me. She pushes off the bench and stands up. I don't move. I just watch her, curious if she's chosen this moment to finally fake dump me. She inhales a deep breath and then releases it just as her eyes fall back to mine. I still have a lot of stuff to pack tonight, she says. Offering to help is the polite thing for a boyfriend to do, you know. Do you need help packing? I blurt out. She nonchalantly lifts a shoulder. Okay.
Fallon. My mother is my hero, my role model, the woman I aspire to be. She did put up with my father for 7 years. Any woman who could make it that long deserves a Medal of Honor. When I was offered the lead role of Gumshoe at the age of 14, she hesitated to let me take it. She hated the way my dad's career had forced him into the limelight. She absolutely hated the man it turned him into. She said before he became a household name, he was wonderful and charming. But once fame started getting to his head, she couldn't stand to be around him. She said 1993 was the year that led to the demise of their marriage, the rise to his fame, and the birth of their first and last child, me. So, of course, she did everything in her power not to let the same thing happen to me when I started acting. Imagine transitioning into the cusp of womanhood while being an up-and-coming actress in Los Angeles. It's pretty damn easy to lose sight of yourself. I saw it happen to a lot of my friends. But my mother didn't allow it to happen to me. As soon as the director called rap on set each day, I went home to a list of chores and a firm set of rules. I'm not saying my mother was strict. She just didn't show me any type of special treatment, no matter how popular I was becoming. She also didn't allow me to date before I turned 16. So in the first few months after my 16th birthday, I went on 3 dates with 3 different guys. And it was fun. 2 of them were co-workers I may or may not have already made out with once or twice in a dressing room on set. One of them was the brother of a friend of mine. And no matter who I went out with, or how much fun I did or didn't have, my mother would have the same conversation with me every time I came home from a date, about the importance of not falling in love, until I'm at an age where I genuinely know myself. She still has the same conversation with me, and I don't even date. My mother went on a self-help book binge after she divorced my father. She read every book she could find on parenting, marriage, finding yourself as a woman. Through all of these books, she concluded that girls change more between the ages of 16 and 23 than at any other time in their lives. And it's important to her that I don't spend any of these years in love with some guy, because if I do, she fears I'll never learn how to fall in love with myself. She met my father when she was 16, and left him when she was 23. So I'm thinking her age range restrictions have a little to do with personal experience. But, considering I'm only 18, and have no plan to settle down anytime soon, I figure it's easy to follow her advice and allow her to take the credit. It's the least I could do. I do find humor in the fact that she thinks there's this all-magical age when a woman finally has all her shit figured out. But I will admit that one of my favorite quotes is actually one she made up. You'll never be able to find yourself if you're lost in someone else. My mother isn't famous. She doesn't have an incredible career. She isn't even married to the love of her life. But there's one thing she's always been. Right. And that's why, until I find reason otherwise, I'll listen to every word she says, however absurd it might seem. I've never once known her to give me bad advice. So, despite the fact that Benton James Kessler could have walked right off the pages of one of the many romance novels I keep stocked on my bedroom shelf, the guy doesn't have a chance in hell with me for at least 5 more years. But that's not to say I didn't want to crawl on his lap and straddle him right there on that park bench while I shoved my tongue down his throat, because it was really hard to hold myself back after he admitted he thought I was beautiful. No, wait. Fucking beautiful were the exact words he used. And while he does seem a little too good to be true, and he's probably full of flaws and annoying little habits, I'm still just greedy enough to want to spend the rest of the day with him. Because who knows? Even though I'm moving to New York, I might still straddle him tonight and stick my tongue down his throat. When I woke up this morning, I thought today was going to be one of the toughest days I've had in 2 years. Who knew the anniversary of the worst day of my life might possibly end on a good note? 12.35 pound. I say to Ben, giving him the gate code to my apartment. He rolls down his window and punches in the code. I took a cab to meet my father at the restaurant this morning, so Ben offered to drive me back home. I point out an empty parking spot, so he turns in that direction and pulls in next to my roommate's car. We both climb out and meet at the front of his car. I feel like I should caution you before we walk inside, I say. He glances at the apartment building and then looks back at me with unease.
You don't live with a real-life boyfriend, do you?
I laugh. No, not even close. My roommate's name is Amber, and she's probably going to bombard you with a million questions, considering I've never stepped foot through my front door with a guy before. I don't know why it doesn't bother me at all to admit that to him. He casually drapes his arm around my shoulders and begins walking toward the building with me.
If you're asking me to pretend we're just friends, that's not going to happen. I'm not downplaying our relationship for your roommate's sake.
I laugh and lead him to the front door of my apartment. I catch myself lifting my hand to knock, but turn the doorknob instead. This is still my home for at least 10 more hours, so I shouldn't feel the need to knock. Ben's arm leaves my shoulders in order for me to walk through the door first. I look across the living room to find Amber standing at the kitchen counter with her boyfriend. She and Glenn have been dating for over a year now, and neither of them have come out and said it, but I'm pretty sure he's moving in the second I move out tonight. She glances up, and her eyes immediately grow wide the second she notices Ben filing in behind me. Hey, I say cheerfully, as if there's nothing unusual about me bringing home a very good-looking guy whom I've never once mentioned before. We make our way across the living room, and Amber's eyes never leave Ben the entire time. Hi, she finally says, still staring at him. Who are you? She looks at me and points to Ben. Who is he? Ben steps forward and reaches out his hand.
Benton Kessler,
he says, shaking her hand. He reaches over and shakes Glenn's hand next.
Just call me Ben, though.
His arm drapes over my shoulders again.
I'm Fallon's boyfriend.
I laugh, but I'm the only one who laughs. Glenn eyes him up and down.
Boyfriend?
He asks, moving his attention back to me.
Does he know you're moving to New York?
I nod. He's known since the second we met. Amber arches an eyebrow. Which was... when? She's confused because she knows I tell her everything, and having a boyfriend is definitely considered a part of everything.
Oh, man,
Ben says, looking down at me.
How long has it been now, babe? 1, 2 hours?
2 at the most. Amber narrows her eyes in my direction. She already wants to know all the details, and she hates that she has to wait until Ben leaves before she gets them. We'll be in my room, I say casually. Ben gives them a quick wave, and then removes his arm from around my shoulders, sliding his fingers through mine.
Nice to meet you both.
He points down the hall.
I'm gonna follow Fallon to her room now, so I can see what kind of panties she has on.
Amber's mouth falls open, and Glenn laughs. I push Ben's arm, shocked he took the joke that far. No, you're following me to my room to help me pack. He pushes out his bottom lip in a pout. I roll my eyes and lead him down the hall to my room. Amber and I have been best friends for over 2 years now. As soon as we graduated high school, we moved into this apartment together, which means I've only lived here for 6 months, so it feels like I'm packing up all the things I just unpacked. When we walk into my room, Ben closes the door behind him. His eyes wander around the room, so I allow him a few minutes to be nosy while I open my suitcase. The apartment I'm moving into in New York is fully furnished, so really the only things I have to take with me are clothes and toiletries. Everything else is at my mom's house.
You're a reader?
He asks. I look over my shoulder, and he's fingering the books on my shelves. I love to read.
You should hurry up and write a book, because it's already on my TBR pile. Your TBR pile?
To be read pile, I clarify. He pulls one of the books from the shelf and reads the back of it.
I hate to tell you this, but I don't think you'll like whatever books I end up writing.
He slips the book back on the shelf and grabs another one.
You seem to favor romance novels, and that's not up my alley.
I stop perusing the shirts in my closet and stare at him.
No,
I say with a groan. Please don't tell me you're one of those pretentious readers who judge people by the books they like. He immediately shakes his head.
Not at all. I just don't know anything about writing romance. I'm 18, hardly an expert when it comes to love.
I walk out of the closet and lean against the door. You've never been in love before? He nods.
Of course I have, but not the kind worthy of a romance novel, so I have no business writing about it.
He plops down on the bed and leans against the headboard, watching me. Do you think Stephen King was actually murdered by a clown in real life? I ask him. Did Shakespeare really down a vial of poison? Of course not, Ben. It's called fiction for a reason. You make the shit up. He smiles at me from his position on the bed, and the sight of him sitting there makes my cheeks feel all hot and bothered. I suddenly want to beg him to roll around on my sheets so I can smell him when I fall asleep tonight. But then I remember I won't be sleeping on them tonight because I'll be on a flight to New York. I turn around and face my closet again so he doesn't see the flushed look on my face. He laughs quietly.
You were just thinking dirty thoughts.
Was not, I quip.
Fallon, we've been dating for 2 hours now. I can read you like a book. And right now, I do believe that book is full of erotica.
I laugh and begin pulling shirts off their hangers. I don't want to bother folding them yet until I figure out how I'm going to pack them, so I just toss them in the middle of the bedroom floor. I pull down about a quarter of the shirts in my closet before I glance back at Ben again. His hands are propped up behind his head, and he's watching me pack. I didn't really expect him to help me once we got here because he'd probably be more in the way than anything. But Ben acknowledging this too makes me feel good that he still seemed excited to spend more time with me. I decided on our drive over that I wasn't going to question his motives. Of course, the insecure side of me still wonders what the hell a guy like him is doing spending time with a girl like me, but every time that thought creeps into my head, I remind myself of the conversation we had on the bench, and I tell myself that everything he said seemed genuine. That he really does find me attractive, somehow. And honestly, does it really matter in the grand scheme of things? I'm moving to the opposite end of the country, so it's not like whatever happens in the next few hours will impact my life one way or another. Who cares if the guy just wants to get in my pants? I'd actually prefer it if that's all he wanted. It's the first time in 2 years someone has made me feel desirable, so I'm not going to beat myself up over the fact that I'm enjoying it as much as I am. I walk to my dresser and hear him dialing a number on his phone. I'm quiet as he makes the call.
Can I get a reservation for 2 tonight at 7?
The silence after that question is palpable as I wait to hear what he says next. My heart has gotten more of a workout in the past 2 hours than it has in the entire past 2 months.
Benton Kessler. Kessler.
More silence.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
More silence. I'm digging through my top drawer, acting like I'm not praying to the Lord that he intends for me to be his +1 at that dinner. I hear him shift on the bed and stand up, so I turn around to see him walking toward me. He grins, and then peeks over my shoulder at the drawer I'm rifling through.
Is that your panty drawer?
He reaches around and grabs a pair. I pull them out of his hand and toss them toward my suitcase. Hands off, I tell him. He walks around me and leans his elbow against the dresser.
If you're packing underwear, that means you don't go commando. So, by process of elimination, I figured out that you're currently wearing a thong. Now I just have to find out what color it is.
I toss the contents of my drawer toward my suitcase. It takes a lot more than smooth talk to get me down to my panties, Ben the writer. He grins.
Oh yeah? Like what? A fancy dinner?
He pushes off the dresser and stands up straight, shoving his hands in the pockets of his jeans.
Because it just so happens I have reservations at the Chateau Marmont. Tonight at 7.
I laugh. You don't say. I walk around him to my closet again, attempting to hide the huge smile on my face. Thank you, Jesus. He's taking me to dinner. As soon as I reach my closet, my smile turns tepid. What the hell am I going to wear? I haven't been on a date since before my boobs were fully grown.
Fallon O'Neill,
he says, this time from the doorway of my closet.
Will you go on a date with me tonight?
I sigh and look down at my boring clothes. What the hell am I going to wear to the chateau? I look back at him and make a face. Couldn't we have just gone to Chipotle or something? He laughs and then steps into my closet, pushing past me. He sifts through the clothes in the back of my closet.
Too long,
he says as he scoots hangers over one by one.
Too ugly. Too casual. Too dressy.
He finally stops and pulls something off the rod. He turns around and holds up a black dress I've been meaning to throw away since the day my mother bought it for me. She's always buying me clothes in hopes I'll actually wear them. Clothes that don't cover up my scars. I shake my head and grab the dress from him, hanging it back in its spot. I grab one of the few long-sleeved dresses I own and pull it off the hanger. I like this one. His eyes fall to the dress he initially picked out, and he pulls it off the hanger and shoves it at me.
But I want you to wear this one.
I shove the dress back at him. I don't want to wear that. I want to wear this.
No, he says. I'm paying for dinner, so I get to choose what to stare at while we eat.
Then I'll pay for dinner and wear the dress I want to wear.
Then I'll stand you up and go to Chipotle.
I groan. I think we're having our first fight as a couple. He smiles and holds out the hand with his dress of choice.
If you agree to wear this dress tonight, we can make up right now in this closet.
He's relentless. But I'm not wearing that damn dress. If I have to play the honesty card, I will. I release a frustrated sigh. My mother bought me that dress last year when she was going through her "let's fix Fallon" stage. But she has no idea how uncomfortable it is to be in my skin. So please, don't ask me again to wear that dress because I'm much more relaxed in clothes that don't show too much skin. I don't like making people uncomfortable, and if I wore something like that, they would feel weird looking at me. Ben's jaw tenses, and he looks away from me, down at the dress in his hands.
Okay,
he says simply, dropping the dress to the floor. Finally.
but it's your own fault people feel uncomfortable looking at you.
I don't even hide my gasp. It's the first thing he said to me all day that's made me feel like I was being spoken to by my father. I'm not gonna lie. It hurts. My throat feels like it's swelling shut, so I clear it. That wasn't very nice, I say quietly. Ben takes a step closer to me. My closet is small enough as it is. I certainly don't need him standing even closer, especially after saying something as hurtful as he just did.
It's the truth,
he says. I close my eyes, because it's either that or stare at the mouth, delivering such hateful words. I exhale a calming breath, but it catches when his fingers brush the hair in front of my face. The unexpected physical contact forces me to squeeze my eyes shut even harder. I feel so stupid for not forcing him to leave, or in the least pushing him out of the closet. But for some reason, I can't seem to move or speak. Or breathe, for that matter. He pushes the hair away from my forehead, running his fingers through it until it's no longer hanging in my face.
You wear your hair like you do because you don't want people to see too much of you. You wear long sleeves and collared shirts because you think it helps. But it doesn't.
It feels like his words are turning into fists and punching me directly in the stomach. I pull my face away from his hand, but I keep my eyes closed. I feel like I might cry again, and I've cried enough for one stupid anniversary.
People don't feel uncomfortable when they look at you because of your scars, Fallon. They're uncomfortable because you make people feel like looking at you is wrong. And believe me, you're the type of person people want to stare at.
I feel his fingertips graze my jaw and I flinch.
You have the most incredible bone structure, and I know that's a weird compliment, but it's true.
His fingers leave my jaw and trail up my chin until he's touching my mouth and your lips.
Men stare at them because they want to know what they taste like. And women stare at them out of jealousy, because if they had lips the color of yours, they'd never have to buy lipstick again.
I release what might be a cross between a laugh and a cry, but I still don't dare look at him. I'm stiff as a board, wondering where he's going to touch me next, what he's going to say next.
And I've only met one other girl in my life with hair as long and beautiful as yours, but I've already told you about Abatha. And just so you know, she doesn't hold a candle to you, despite being a great kisser.
I feel his hands come up and push my hair behind my shoulders. He's close enough that I know he can see the exaggerated rise and fall of my chest. But my God, it suddenly got really hard to breathe, like I'm 10,000 feet higher above sea level than I was 5 minutes ago.
Fallon, he says, commanding my attention.
His fingers meet my chin and he tilts my face upward. When I open my eyes, he's a lot closer than I thought he was. He's looking down at me with a pointed stare.
People want to stare at you. Believe me, I'm one of them. But when everything about you screams, look away, then that's exactly what people are gonna do. The only person who gives a shit about a few scars on your face is you.
I want so badly to believe him. If I could believe everything he's saying, then maybe my life would mean a whole lot more to me than it does right now. If I believed him, maybe I wouldn't be so nervous about the idea of auditioning again. Maybe I would be doing the exact thing my mother says a girl my age should be doing. Finding out who I really am, not hiding from myself. Hell, I'm not even dressing for myself. I dress in what I think other people would prefer I wear. Ben's eyes fall to my shirt, and for the first time, I notice his lungs are pulling in air with as much effort as mine are. He lifts his hand and fingers the top button on my shirt. Popping it open, I suck in a quick breath. His eyes never leave my shirt, and mine never leave his face. When he moves his fingers down to the second button, I could swear he pulls in a shaky breath. I don't know what he's doing, and I'm terrified he's about to be the first person to see what's beneath this shirt. But for the life of me, I can't find words to stop him. When the second button is freed, he moves down to the third. Before he flicks that button loose, his eyes lift to mine, and he looks just as scared as I feel right now. Our eyes remain locked until he gets to the last and final button. When it's loose, I look down at my shirt. Only a sliver of skin is showing over my belly button, so I don't actually feel exposed yet. But I'm about to. Because he slowly lifts both of his hands to the top of my shirt. Before he makes his next move, I squeeze my eyes shut again. I don't want to see the look on his face when he sees just how much of my body was burned. Most of my entire left side, to be exact. What he sees when he looks at my cheek is only a fraction compared to what's beneath my clothes. I feel my shirt being pulled open, and the more of me that becomes exposed, the harder it is to hold back tears. It's the worst time in the world for me to get emotional, but I guess tears aren't known for their impeccable timing. His breaths are extremely audible, and so is the gasp I hear him suck in as soon as my shirt is open all the way. I want to shove him out of the closet and close the door and hide, but that's exactly what I've been doing for the last 2 years. So for reasons I can't explain, I don't ask him to stop. Ben slips the shirt off my shoulders and slowly slides it down the length of my arms. He works it the rest of the way over my hands until it falls to the floor. I can feel his hands graze both of mine, and I'm too embarrassed to move. Knowing exactly what he sees right now as he looks at me, his fingers begin to rise up my hands and wrists, just as the first tear falls down my cheek. The tear doesn't faze him, though. Chills break out on most of my skin as he continues moving his hands up my forearms instead of trailing his fingers all the way to my shoulders. He pauses. I still don't dare open my eyes. I feel his forehead rest gently against mine, and the fact that he's breathing as hard as I am is the only thing that gives me a sense of comfort in this moment. My stomach clenches when his hands meet the top of my jeans. This is going too far. Too far, too far, too far, but all I can do is suck in a wild breath and let his fingers pop open the button on my jeans, because as much as I wish he would stop, I get the feeling he's not undressing me for pleasure. I'm not sure what he's doing, but I'm too immobile to ask. Breathe, Fallon, breathe. Your lungs need new air. His forehead is still resting against mine, and I can feel his breath crashing against my lips. I have a feeling his eyes are wide open, though, and he's staring down between us, watching his hands as they work down my zipper. When the zipper reaches its destination, he slides his hands between my jeans and hips, casually enough for me to believe it doesn't even bother him that he's touching the scars on my left side. He pushes my jeans down over my hips, and then begins to slowly lower himself as he slides them down the length of my legs. The breath from his mouth moves down my body until I feel it stop at my stomach. But his lips never once touch my skin. When my jeans are at my feet, I step out of them 1 foot at a time. I have no idea what happens next. What happens next? What happens next? My eyes are still closed, and I have no idea if he's standing or kneeling or walking away. "Lift your arms," he says. His voice is rough and close, and it startles me to the point that my eyes flick open involuntarily. He's standing directly in front of me, holding the dress he dropped to the floor earlier. I look up at him, and I absolutely wasn't expecting to see this look on his face. His eyes are so heated and fierce. It's as if it's taking every last ounce of his restraint not to remove my last 2 items of clothing. He clears his throat. "Please, lift your arms, Fallon." I lift them, and he raises the dress over my head and slips it down my arms. He pulls it until my head slips through, and he keeps pulling it, adjusting it over my curves. When the dress is finally in place, he lifts my hair and lets it fall down my back. He takes a half step back and eyes me up and down. He clears his throat, but his voice still comes out raspy when he speaks. "Fucking beautiful," he says with a slow grin. "And red." Red? I look down at the dress, but it's definitely black. "Your panties," he says as clarification. "They're red." I let out a burst of what I thought was going to be laughter, but it sounds more like a warbled cry. That's when I realize tears are still streaming down my cheeks, so I bring my hands to my face and attempt to wipe them away, but they keep coming. I can't believe he just undressed me to prove a point. I can't believe I allowed it. Now I know exactly what Ben meant when he said he finds it difficult to control his indignation in the presence of absurdity. He thinks my insecurities are absurd, and he took it upon himself to prove that to me. Ben steps forward and wraps his arms around me. Everything about him is comforting and warm, and I have no idea how to respond. One of his hands meets the back of my head, and he presses my face against his chest. I'm now laughing at the ridiculousness that is my tears, because who does this? Who cries when a guy undresses her for the first time? "That's a record," Ben says, pulling me away from his chest so he can look down at me. "Made my girlfriend cry less than 3 hours into our relationship." I laugh again, and then I press my face to his chest and hug him back. Because why couldn't he have been there the second I woke up in the hospital 2 years ago? Why did I have to go 2 whole years before finally being given the tiniest bit of confidence? After another minute or 2 of me trying to rein in my erratic emotions, I'm finally calm enough to realize that he doesn't smell so good when my face is pressed against a shirt he's been wearing for 2 days. I take a step back and run my fingers under my eyes again. I'm not crying anymore, but I'm sure mascara is everywhere now. "I'll wear this stupid dress on one condition," I say. "You have to go home and take a shower first." His smile widens. "That was already part of my plan." We stand in silence for a bit longer, and then I can't take being in this closet for another second. I push his shoulders and shove him out into the bedroom. "It's almost 4 o'clock now," I tell him. "Be back at 6, and I'll be dressed and ready to go." He walks toward the door to my bedroom, but faces me again before he exits. "I want you to wear your hair up tonight." "Don't push your luck." He laughs, Why the hell does luck exist if I'm not supposed to push it? I point at the door. Go. Shower. And shave while you're at it. He opens the door and begins to back out. Shave, huh? You plan on putting those lips on my face tonight? Go! I say with an exasperated laugh. He shuts the door, but I can still hear when he says to Amber and Glenn as soon as he walks into the living room. They're red. Her panties are red.
Ben. What the hell am I doing? She's moving to New York. It's dinner. That's it. But seriously, what the hell am I doing? I shouldn't be doing this. I pull on a pair of jeans and walk to my closet to find a clean shirt. Right when I get the shirt over my head, the door swings open. Hey, Kyle says, leaning against the doorframe. Nice of you to come home for a change. Jesus, not now. Want to have dinner with me and Jordan tonight? Can't. I have a date. I walk to my dresser and grab my cologne. I can't believe Fallon willingly got as close to me as she did with the way I smelled today. It's a little embarrassing. Oh yeah? With who? I slide my wallet off the dresser and grab my jacket. My girlfriend? Kyle laughs as I slip past him and begin walking down the hallway. Girlfriend? He knows I don't do girlfriends, so he follows after me to drain me for more info. You know, if I tell Jordan you're on a date with your girlfriend, she'll question me until my head explodes. You better give me something to work with. I laugh. He's right. His girlfriend likes to know everything about everyone. And for some reason, since she's about to move in with us, she thinks we're already family. And she's especially nosy when it comes to family. Kyle follows me straight out the front door, all the way to my car. He grabs my door before I can shut it. I know where you were last night. I stop trying to shut the door and fall against the seat. Here we go again. Your girlfriend has a big mouth, you know that? He leans against the door, staring down at me with his arms folded across his chest. She's worried about you, Ben. We all are. I'm fine. You'll see. I'll be fine. Kyle stares at me silently for a few moments, wanting to believe me this time. But I've promised him I'll be fine so many times, it falls on deaf ears now. And I get it. But he has no idea that this time really is different. He gives up and shuts my door without another word. I know he's only trying to help, but he doesn't need to. Things really are going to change. I knew that for a fact the moment I laid eyes on Fallon today. I walk up to her front door at approximately 5:05 p.m. I'm early, but like I said, she's leaving for New York, and I'll never see her again. 55 extra minutes with her isn't nearly as many as I want. The door opens almost as soon as I knock on it. Amber grins at me and steps aside. Why, hello, Fallon's boyfriend, whom I've never heard of. She motions to the couch. Take a seat. Fallon's in the shower. I glance at the couch and then at the hallway that leads to Fallon's bedroom. You don't think she needs my help in the shower? Amber laughs, but then just as quick, her face falls flat and serious. No, sit. Glenn is seated on the couch opposite the one I'm being forced to sit on. I give him a nod, and he raises an eyebrow in warning. I guess this is the moment Fallon warned me about. Amber crosses the living room and takes a seat next to Glenn. Fallon tells me you're a writer. I nod. Ben the writer, that would be me. Right before she fires her second question, Fallon suddenly appears in the opening to the hallway. Hey, thought I heard you out here. There are no signs of her actually having just taken a shower. I turn back to Amber, and she shrugs. Can't blame me for trying. I stand up and walk toward the hallway, pointing at Amber but looking at Fallon. Your roommate is sneaky. That she is, Fallon says. And you're here an hour early. 55 minutes. Same thing. Is not. She turns around and walks backward through her bedroom door. I'm so tired of fighting with you, Ben. She heads toward a bathroom off the side of her bedroom. I just finished packing. I haven't even started getting ready yet. I resume my spot on her bed. No worries, I've already made myself comfortable. I reach over and pick up the book sitting on her nightstand. I'll just read until you're finished. She peeks her head around the doorway of the bathroom and eyes the book in my hands. Careful, that's a good one. It might change your mind about writing a romance novel. I scrunch up my nose and shake my head. She laughs and disappears into the bathroom again. I open the first page of the book, expecting to skim over it. Before I know it, I'm on page 10, page 17, page 20, 37. Jesus, this is like crack. Fallon? Yeah, she says from the bathroom. Have you finished this book yet? No. Well, I need you to finish it before you move to New York so you can tell me if she finds out he's really her brother. She reappears in the doorway in a flash. What? She yells. He's her brother? I grin. Gotcha. She rolls her eyes and disappears into the bathroom again. I force myself to stop reading and toss the book aside. I look around Fallon's room, and it already looks different from when I was in here an hour ago. She's removed all the pictures from her nightstand, and I didn't even get a good look at them earlier. Her closet is almost empty, sans a few boxes on the floor. I did notice when I walked in that she still had on the dress, though. I was hoping she wouldn't change her mind and pack it before I had a chance to intervene. I see movement out of the corner of my eye, so I glance at the bathroom. She's standing in the doorway. My eyes fall to the dress first. I have to give myself props for picking that one out. There's just enough showing at her neckline to keep me good and happy, but I'm not even positive I'll be able to look away from her face long enough to stare at her cleavage. I can't tell what's different about her because it doesn't even look like she's wearing makeup, but she somehow looks even more beautiful than before. I'm glad I pushed my luck and asked her to wear her hair up because she has it pulled up into some messy little knot on top of her head, and I'm really digging it. I stand up and walk to where she's propped up in the doorway. I lift my hands to the doorframe above her head, and I smile down at her. Fucking beautiful, I whisper. She smiles and then ducks her head. I feel stupid. I barely know you, so I'm not about to argue with you over your level of intelligence, but you could very well be as dumb as a rock. But at least you're pretty. She laughs and focuses on my eyes for a beat, but then her focus falls to my mouth, and God, I want to kiss her. I want to kiss her so bad it hurts, and now I can't smile anymore because I'm in too much pain. What's wrong? I grimace and grip the doorframe tighter. I want to kiss you really, really bad, and I'm doing everything in my power not to do that yet. She pulls her neck back and her eyebrows draw together in confusion. Do you always look like you're about to puke when you feel like kissing a girl? I shake my head. Not until you. She huffs and pushes past me. That did not come out how I meant it. I didn't mean the thought of kissing you makes me sick. I meant I want to kiss you so bad it's making my stomach hurt. Kind of like blue balls, but in my stomach instead of my balls. She starts laughing and brings both of her hands up to her forehead. What am I going to do with you, Ben the writer? You could kiss me and make me feel better. She shakes her head and walks toward her bed. No way. She sits down on her bed and picks up the book I was just reading. I read a lot of romance, so I know when the timing is right. If we're going to kiss, it has to be book-worthy. After you kiss me, I want you to forget all about that Abatha chick you keep talking about. I make my way to the other side of the bed and lie down next to where she's propped against the headboard. I roll onto my side and lift up on my elbow. Abatha who? She grins at me. Exactly. From now on, when you meet a girl, you better be comparing them to me instead of her. Using you as a standard is completely unfair to the rest of the female population. She rolls her eyes, assuming I'm kidding again. But in all honesty, the thought of comparing anyone to Fallon is ridiculous. There's no comparison. And it sucks that I've only spent a few hours with her and I already know that. I almost wish I'd never met her. Because I don't do real girlfriends, and she's moving to New York, and we're only 18, and so many things. I stare up at the ceiling and wonder how this is going to work. How the hell am I supposed to just say goodbye to her tonight, knowing I'll never talk to her again? I lay my forearm across my eyes. I wish I wouldn't have walked into that restaurant today. People can't miss what they've never been introduced to. Are you still thinking about kissing me? I tilt my head back against the pillow and look up at her. I moved beyond the kiss. Marry me. She laughs and scoots down on the bed so that she's facing me. Her expression is soft with a trace of a smile. She reaches a hand out and presses her palm against my neck. My breath hitches. You shaved, she says. running her thumb over my jaw. I don't think a single part of me could possibly smile when she's touching me like this, because there's absolutely nothing good about the fact that I'm not going to feel this way again after tonight. It's fucking cruel. If I asked for your phone number, would you give it to me? No, she says, almost immediately. I press my lips together and wait for her to explain why not, but she doesn't. She just continues to run her thumb back and forth over my jaw. Email address? She shakes her head. Do you have a pager at least? A fax machine? She laughs, and it feels good to hear her laugh. The air was feeling way too heavy. I don't want a boyfriend, Ben. So you're breaking up with me? She rolls her eyes. You know what I mean. She pulls her hand from my face and rests it on the bed between us. We're only 18, I'm moving to New York, we barely know each other, and I promised my mother I wouldn't fall in love with anyone until I'm 23. Agree, and... What? Why 23? My mother says the majority of people have their lives figured out by the age of 23, so I want to make sure I know who I am and what I want out of life before I allow myself to fall in love. Because it's easy to fall in love, Ben. The hard part comes when you want out. Makes sense, if you're the Tin Man. You think you can actually control whether or not you fall in love with someone? Falling in love may not be a conscious decision, but removing yourself from the situation before it happens is. So if I meet someone I think I might fall in love with, I'll just remove myself from their presence until I'm ready for it. Wow. She's like a mini Socrates with all this life advice. I feel like I should be taking notes, or debating with her. Honestly, though, I'm relieved she's saying these things because I was afraid she would kiss me drunk and convince me we were soulmates by the end of the night. Because Lord knows if she asked, I'd jump right in, knowing it's the absolute last thing I should do. Guys don't say no to a girl like her, no matter how unappealing relationships are to him. Guys see boobs coupled with a great sense of humor and think they've found the holy fucking grail. But 5 years seems like an eternity. I'm pretty sure she won't even remember tonight after 5 years. Will you do me a favor then and look me up when you're 23? She laughs. Benton James Kessler, you'll be too famous of a writer in 5 years to remember little old me. Or maybe you'll be too famous an actress to remember me. She doesn't respond to that. In fact, if anything, my comment made her sad. We remain quietly in our positions, face to face on her bed. Even with the scars and the obvious sadness in her eyes, she's still one of the most beautiful girls I've ever seen. Her lips look soft and inviting, and I'm trying to ignore the knots in my stomach. But every time I stare at her mouth, the intensity of trying to hold back actually causes me to grimace. I try not to imagine what it would feel like if I leaned forward and kissed her. But with her this close, I'm really wishing I'd have already somehow read every romance novel ever written, because what the hell makes a kiss book-worthy? I need to know so I can make it happen. She's lying on her right side, and with the dress she's wearing, a lot of her skin is exposed. I can see where the scars begin, right above her wrist, all the way up her arm and neck, pouring across her cheek. I touch her face just like she was touching mine. I can feel her flinch beneath my palm, because I'm touching the part of her she didn't even want me looking at a few hours ago. I run my thumb over her jaw, and then slide my hand down the length of her neck. She's tense everywhere beneath my touch. Does this bother you? Her eyes flicker back and forth between mine. I don't know, she whispers. I wonder if I'm the only one who has ever touched her scars before. I've had accidents in the past where I've burned myself attempting to cook, so I know what it feels like when a burn heals. But her scars are a lot more prominent than a superficial burn. Her skin feels a lot softer to the touch than normal skin, more fragile. There's something about the way it feels beneath my fingertips that makes me want to keep touching her. She allows it. For several quiet minutes, neither one of us speaks as I continue running my fingers over her arm and neck. Her eyes moisten, as if she's on the verge of tears. It makes me wonder if she doesn't like it. I can understand why this might make her uncomfortable, but for some twisted reason, I feel more comfortable with her right now than I have all day. I should hate this for you, I whisper, trailing my fingers over the scars on her forearm. I should be angry for you, because going through this must have been excruciatingly painful. But for whatever reason, when I touch you, I like the way your skin feels. I'm not sure how she'll take the words that just came out of my mouth, but it's true. I suddenly feel grateful for her scars, because they're a reminder of how it could have been much worse. She could have died in that fire, and she wouldn't be next to me right now. I run my hand down her shoulder, down the length of her arm, and back up again. When my eyes meet hers, there's evidence of a tear that just trailed down her cheek. One of the things I always try to remind myself is that everyone has scars, she says. A lot of them even worse than mine. The only difference is that mine are visible and most people's aren't. I don't tell her she's right. I don't tell her that as beautiful as she looks on the outside, I only wish I could look like that on the inside.
Fallon. Shit. Fallon. Shit. Damn it, shit.
I hear Ben cursing like a sailor, but I don't understand why. I feel his hands meet my shoulders.
Fallon the transient, wake the hell up.
I open my eyes, and he's sitting up on the bed, running one hand through his hair. He looks pissed. I sit up on the bed and rub the sleep out of my eyes. The sleep. We fell asleep? I look over at my alarm clock and it reads 8:15. I reach over and pick it up to bring it closer to my face. That can't be right. But it is. It's 8:15. Shit, I say.
We missed dinner,
Ben says. I know.
We slept for 2 hours.
Yeah, I know.
We wasted 2 fucking hours, Fallon.
He looks genuinely distraught. Cute, but distraught. I'm sorry. He shoots me a look of confusion.
What? No, don't say that. It's not your fault.
I only slept 3 hours last night, I say to him. I've been really tired all day.
Yeah, he says with a frustrated sigh. I didn't sleep much last night either.
He pushes himself off the bed.
What time is your flight?
11:30.
Tonight?
Yes.
Like as in 3 hours from now?
I nod. He groans and rubs his hands down his face.
Shit, he says again. That means you need to leave.
His hands drop to his hips and he looks down at the floor.
That means I should leave.
I don't want him to leave, but I need him to. I don't like this panicked feeling that's building in my chest. I don't like the words I want to say to him. I want to tell him I changed my mind, that he can have my phone number. But if I give him my phone number, I'll talk to him all the time. And I'll be sidetracked by him and every little text he sends and every phone call. And then we'll Skype all the time, and before I know it, I won't be Fallon the transient anymore. I'll be Fallon the girlfriend. The thought of that should fill me with a lot more distaste than it does.
I should go, he says. You probably have a lot to do in the next few minutes, so you can get to the airport.
I don't really. I'm already packed, but I don't say anything.
Do you want me to leave?
I can tell he's hoping I say no. But there's so much of me that needs him to go before I use him as an excuse not to move to New York. I'll walk you out. My voice is small and apologetic. He doesn't react to my words right away, but he eventually presses his lips into a thin line and nods.
Yeah,
he says, flustered.
Yeah, walk me out.
I slip on the shoes I had laid out to wear to dinner tonight. Neither of us says anything as we reluctantly head to the door. He opens it and walks out first, so I follow behind him. I watch him as he makes his way down the hall in front of me. His hand has a tight grip on the back of his neck, and I hate that he's upset. I hate that I'm upset. I hate that we fell asleep and completely wasted our entire last 2 hours together. We're almost to the living room when he stops and spins around. Once again, he looks like he's about to be sick. I stand still and wait for whatever it is he's about to say.
It may not be book-worthy, but it'll have to do.
He takes 2 quick steps toward me until his hands are in my hair and his mouth is on mine. I gasp in surprise and grab his shoulders, but I immediately fall into step with him and slide my hands to his neck. He backs me against the wall, and his hands and chest and lips are pressed hungrily against mine. He's gripping my face like he's afraid to let go, and I'm fighting for breath because it's been so long since I've kissed anyone. I think I may have forgotten how to do it right. He pulls away long enough for me to inhale, and then he's back, and hands, and legs, and tongue. Oh my God, his tongue. It's been over 2 years since someone else's tongue has been inside my mouth, so I would assume I'd be a little more hesitant than I am. But the second he slides it against my lips, I immediately part them and welcome the warmth of a much deeper kiss. Soft, mesmerizing. His mouth, coupled with the way his hand is sliding down my arm, is all too much. So much. Good much. So good. I just whimpered. As soon as the sound leaves my mouth, he's pressing me harder against the wall. His left hand is caressing my cheek, and his right hand is gripping me by the waist, pulling me against him. I'm finished packing. He doesn't have to leave right this minute, does he? He really doesn't. Sex releases endorphins, and endorphins keep people awake, so having sex with Ben might actually benefit me before my flight. I haven't had sex in all my 18 years put together, so imagine how many endorphins I have built up in here. We could have sex before my flight, and I wouldn't need sleep for days. Imagine how productive I would be when I get to New York. Oh my God, I'm pulling him back to my room. If he comes back to my room with me, I won't be able to tell him no. Am I really willing to have sex with someone I'll never see again? I'm crazy. I can't have sex with him. I don't even own a condom. Now I'm pushing him back down the hall away from my bedroom. Jesus, he must think I'm crazy. He shoves me against the wall again and acts like the last 10 seconds of indecisiveness never even happened. I'm dizzy. I'm so dizzy. It feels so good. My mother is crazy. Stupid, insane, absurd, and she's wrong. Why would a girl care to find herself when she'll never be able to make herself feel as good as a guy can? Okay, now I'm just being stupid. But Ben is making me feel really good things right now. He groans, and then I freaking lose it. My hands are in his hair, and his mouth is all over my neck. Grab my boob, Ben. He totally reads my mind and grabs my boob. Grab the other one. God, he's so telepathic. His lips move from my neck back to my mouth, but his hands are still on my breasts. I'm pretty sure mine are cupping his ass, pulling him even harder against me, but I'm too embarrassed at my behavior right now to acknowledge that. I would say get a room, but I thought that's what the two of you have been doing in there for the past 2 hours. Amber. What a bitch. I'm beating her up as soon as Ben leaves. I can't believe I just had those thoughts. She's my best friend. Endorphins are bad. They're evil and bad and make me think ridiculous thoughts. Ben pulls his mouth from mine at the sound of her voice. His forehead presses against the side of my head, and his hands leave their naturally assumed positions to meet the wall behind me. I exhale a really, really, really pent-up breath. For real, though? Amber says. Glenn and I can see everything going on in this hallway. I thought I'd intervene before you got pregnant. I nod, but I'm unable to speak yet. I think my voice got lost somewhere down Ben's throat. He pulls away and looks down at me, and if Amber wasn't still standing there, I'd be kissing that mouth again. Fallon was just walking me out. His voice is raspy, and it makes me smile, knowing he's just as physically affected by me as I am by him.
Uh-huh,
Amber replies. As soon as she disappears from my peripheral vision, Ben grins, and his mouth is back on mine. I smile against his lips and grab at his shirt, pulling him closer.
God, you guys!
Amber groans.
Seriously, it's 5 feet back to your bedroom and 10 feet to the front door. Make a choice.
He pulls away again, but this time he pulls all the way away, like 3 feet away, until his back meets the wall behind him. His chest is heaving as he runs his hands down his face. He glances back at my bedroom door and then cuts his eyes to mine. He wants me to make the choice, but I don't want to. I kind of liked it when he took control and made the decision to kiss me. I don't want the next decision to be on me. We stare at each other for what seems like an entire minute. Him wanting me to invite him back to my bedroom. Me wanting him to just push me back in there. Both of us knowing good and well that we should head toward the front door. He straightens up and shoves his hands in his pockets and clears his throat. Do you need a ride to the airport? Amber's driving me. I say, somewhat disappointed that I do, in fact, already have a ride. He nods and rocks back and forth on his feet. Well, the airport is absolutely not in the direction of my house, but I'll pretend it is if you want me to drive you. Damn it, he's adorable. His words make me feel all warm and fuzzy, and I'm not a damn teddy bear. I need to suck it up. I don't accept his offer right away. Amber and I won't see each other again until she visits New York in March, so I don't know if she'd be mad if I told her I'd rather a guy I've only known half a day drive me to the airport.
I don't mind,
Amber says from the living room. Ben and I both look down the hallway. Glenn and Amber are sitting on the couch, staring at us. Not only can we see you making out from right here, but we can also hear your conversation. I know her well enough to know she's doing me a favor. She winks at me, and when I look back at Ben, there's a little more hope in his expression. I casually fold my arms across my chest and tilt my head. You don't happen to live near the airport, do you? His mouth pulls into a grin. Actually, I do. How incredibly convenient. Ben spends the next few minutes helping me with last-minute scrambling. I change out of the dress I had planned to wear and settle on yoga pants and a t-shirt, so I'll be comfortable on the flight. He loads my suitcases in his car as I tell Amber goodbye.
Remember, I'm all yours during spring break,
she says. She hugs me, but neither of us are the type to cry over a silly goodbye. She knows as well as I do that this move is good for me. She's been one of my biggest cheerleaders since the accident, hoping I find the confidence I lost 2 years ago. And living inside this apartment isn't where that's gonna happen. Call me in the morning so I know you made it okay. We finish our goodbyes, and then I follow Ben to his car. He walks around to open the door for me, but before I climb inside, I take one last look at my apartment door. It's a bittersweet feeling. I've only visited New York a handful of times, and I'm not even sure if it's something I'll like. But this apartment is too comfortable, and comfort can sometimes be a crutch when it comes to figuring out your life. Goals are achieved through discomfort and hard work. They aren't achieved when you hide out in a place where you're nice and cozy. I feel Ben's arms wrap around me from behind. He rests his chin on my shoulder. You having second thoughts? I shake my head. I'm nervous, but I'm definitely not having second thoughts. Yet. Good, he says, because I don't want to have to throw you in the trunk and drive you all the way to New York. I laugh, relieved he's not like my father, selfishly trying to talk me out of taking this step. He keeps his arms wrapped around me as I turn around, but now I'm leaning against the car and he's staring down at me. I don't have much time to spare before I have to be checked in at the airport, but I don't want to rush getting there when I can soak this up for a few more minutes. I'll just run to my gate if I'm late.
There's a quote that reminds me of you, from Dylan Thomas, my favorite poet.
What is it? A slow smile warms its way across his mouth. He dips his head and whispers the quote against my lips.
I have longed to move away, but am afraid. Some life, yet unspent, might explode.
Wow. He's good. And he makes it even better by pressing his warm mouth to mine, holding my face in the palms of his hands. I reach up and thread my hands through his hair, allowing him to have complete control over the speed and intensity of this kiss. He keeps it soft and concise, and I imagine he kisses the same way he writes, gentle strokes of the keys, each word thought through and completed with purpose. He kisses me like he wants this kiss to be remembered. For which one of us, I don't know, but I allow him to take as much as he can from this kiss, and I give him as much as I have. And it's perfect. Nice. Really nice. It's as if he really is my boyfriend, and this is something we should be doing all the time. Which brings me back to the fact that being too comfortable can be a crutch. With kisses like these, I could see myself easily falling into Ben's life and forgetting how to live my own, which is exactly why I need to follow through with this goodbye. When the kiss finally breaks, he brushes the tip of his nose against mine.
Tell me something, he says. On a scale of 1 to 10, how book-worthy was our first kiss?
He has perfect comedic timing. I smile and nip at his bottom lip. At least a 7. He pulls back in shock.
Seriously? That's all I get? A 7?
I shrug. I've read some great first kisses. He drops his head in mock regret.
I knew I should have waited. I could have made it a 10 if I had a plan.
He steps back, releasing me.
I should have taken you to the airport, and then, as soon as you got to security, I could have dramatically called out your name and run toward you in slow motion.
He mimics the scene in slow motion, moving in place as he reaches an arm out toward me.
Fallon,
he says in a long, drawn-out voice.
Don't leave me.
I'm laughing hard when he stops acting out the scene and wraps his arms around my waist again. If you would have done it at the airport, it would have been at least an 8, maybe a 9, depending on believability.
A 9? That's it? He says. If that's a 9, what the hell could make it a 10?
I think about that. What does make kissing scenes in books so great? I've read enough of them, I should know. Angst, I say. Definitely need some angst to make it a 10. He looks confused.
Why would angst make it a 10? Give me some examples.
I lean my head against the car and stare up at the sky as I think. I don't know. It depends on the situation. Maybe the couple isn't allowed to be together, so the forbidden factor creates the angst. Or maybe they've been best friends for years and the unspoken attraction builds enough angst to make the kiss a 10. Sometimes infidelity creates good angst, depending on the characters and their situation.
That's messed up, he says. So you're saying, if I were seeing another girl and I kissed you in the hallway like I did, it would have gone from a 7 to a 10?
If you were seeing another girl, you would have never been inside my apartment to begin with. I suddenly stiffen at the thought. Wait, you don't have a real girlfriend, do you? He shrugs.
If I did, would our next kiss be a 10?
Oh my God, please don't say I just became the other woman. He sees the fear on my face and he laughs. Relax.
You're the only girlfriend I have, and you're about to break up with me and move across the country.
He leans in and kisses me on the side of my head.
Go easy on me, Fallon. My heart is fragile.
I press my head against his chest, and even though I know he's kidding, part of me can't help but feel genuinely sad about saying goodbye to him. I read reviews a lot for the audiobooks I narrate, so I've seen the comments about how readers would do anything to make book boyfriends real. Here I am, convinced I'm standing in the arms of one, and I'm about to walk away from him.
When is your first audition?
He sure does have a lot of faith in me. I haven't looked into it yet. Honestly, I'm kind of terrified to audition. I'm scared people will take one look at me and laugh.
What's wrong with that?
With being laughed at? I ask. For one, it's humiliating, and it's a confidence killer. He looks at me pointedly.
I hope they laugh at you, Fallon. If people are laughing at you, it means you're putting yourself out there to be laughed at.
Not enough people have the courage to even take that step. I'm glad it's dark, because I can feel my cheeks flush. He's always saying things that seem so simple, yet profound at the same time. You kind of remind me of my mother, I tell him.
That's exactly what I was going for,
he says sarcastically. He pulls me against his chest again and kisses me on top of the head. I need to get to the airport, but I try to stall it as long as possible, because the looming goodbye is haunting me. You think we'll ever see each other again? His arms tighten around me.
I hope so. I would be lying if I said I'm not already plotting to hunt you down when you're 23. But 5 years is a long time, Fallon. Who knows what could happen between now and then? Hell, I didn't even have hair on my nuts 5 years ago.
I laugh again, just like I've done with almost everything else he said today. I don't know that I've ever genuinely laughed this much with one person. You really should write a book, Ben. A romantic comedy. You're kind of funny.
The only way I'd be willing to write a romance novel is if you're one of the main characters. And me, of course.
He pulls back and smiles down at me.
I'll make you a deal. If you promise to audition for Broadway, I'll write a book about the relationship we couldn't have, thanks to distance and immaturity.
I wish he were serious, because I love that idea. If it weren't for the one glaring flaw...
We'll never see each other again, though.
How would we know if the other stuck to the plan?
We hold each other accountable, he says.
Again, we'll never see each other after tonight. And I can't give you my phone number. I know better than to give him a way to contact me. There's too much I need to do on my own. And if he had my phone number, my entire focus would be on what time each day he's supposed to call me. Ben releases me and takes a step back, folding his arms across his chest. He begins to pace back and forth as he chews on his bottom lip.
What if...
He stops and faces me.
What if we meet up again next year, on the same day, and the year after that? We'll do it for 5 years. Same date, same time, same place. We'll pick up where we left off tonight, but only for the day. I'll make sure you're following through with your auditions. And I can write a book about the days we're together.
I let his words sink in for a moment. I try to match the serious look on his face, but the prospect of seeing him once a year fills me with anticipation, and I'm doing my best not to act too giddy. Meeting up once a year on the same date sounds like a really good basis for a romance novel. If you fictionalized our story, I'd add it to the top of my TBR. Now he's smiling. So am I. because the thought of being able to look forward to today's date is something I never thought would happen. November 9th has been an anniversary I've dreaded since the night of the fire, and this is the first time the thought of that date leaves me with a positive feeling.
I'm serious about this, Fallon. I'll start writing the damn book tonight if it means I'll get to see you next November.
I'm serious too, I say. We'll meet every November 9th. Absolutely no contact in between, though.
That's fair. November 9th or nothing. And we'll stop after 5 years? He asks. When we're both 23.
I nod, but I don't ask him what I'm sure we're both thinking, which is what happens after the 5th year. I guess that's worth saving for another day, when we see if both of us actually stick to this ridiculous plan.
I have one concern, he says, squeezing his bottom lip between his fingers. Are we supposed to be, monogamous? If so, I think we're both getting a raw deal here.
I laugh at his absurdity. Ben, there's no way I would ask you to do that for 5 years. I think the fact that we'll continue living our own lives is what makes this idea so great. We'll both get to experience life like we're supposed to at this age, but we also get to be with each other once a year. It's the best of both worlds.
But what if one of us falls in love with someone else? He asks. Won't that ruin the book if we don't end up together in the end?
Whether or not the couple ends up together at the end of a book doesn't determine whether that book has a happy ending or not. As long as the two people end up happy, it doesn't really matter if they end up happy together.
What if we fall in love with each other before the 5 years is up?
I hate that my first thought is how there's no way he'd ever fall in love with me. I don't know what I grow more tired of, the scars on my face, or the self-deprecating thoughts in relation to the scars on my face. I dismiss the thoughts and force a smile. Ben, of course you're gonna fall in love with me. Hence the reason for the 5-year rule. We need firm guidelines so our hearts won't take over until you've finished your book. I can see the contemplation in his eyes as he nods. We're both quiet for a moment, as we ponder the deal we've just made. But then, he leans against the car next to me and says,
I'll need to study up on my romance novels. You'll need to give me some suggestions.
I can absolutely do that. Maybe next year you can take that kiss from a 7 to a 10. He laughs, resting an elbow on top of the car as he faces me.
So just to be safe, if kissing scenes are something you like most about books, what's your least favorite thing? I need to know so I don't screw up our story.
Cliffhangers, I say immediately. And insta-love. He makes a face.
Insta-love?
I nod. When two characters meet and supposedly have this great connection right off the bat. He raises an eyebrow.
Fallon, I think we might already be in trouble if that's one of your least favorite things.
I think about his statement for a moment. He might be right. It's been a pretty unbelievable day with him. If he put today in writing, I'd probably roll my eyes and say it was too cheesy and unrealistic. Just don't propose to me before my flight and I think we'll be fine. He laughs. Pretty sure I asked you to marry me when we were on your bed earlier, but I'll try not to get you pregnant before your flight. We're both smiling when he reaches for my door and motions for me to climb inside the car. Once we're on the road, I open my purse and pull out a pen and paper.
What are you doing?
Giving you homework, I say. I'll write down 5 of my favorite romance novels to get you started. It makes me laugh, thinking about Ben fictionalizing our story, but I also hope he actually does it. It's not every day a girl can say she has a genuine work of fiction loosely based on her relationship with the author. You better make me funnier when you develop my character. And I want bigger boobs, and less flab.
Your body is perfect.
So is your humor, he says. I don't know why I bite the inside of my cheek like I'm embarrassed to smile. Since when did flattery become embarrassing? Maybe it always has been, but I just haven't been flattered enough to know. At the top of the list of books, I write down the name of the restaurant and today's date in case he forgets. There, I say, folding up the paper and sticking it in his glove box. Get another piece of paper, he orders. I have homework for you, too. He thinks quietly for a moment and then says, I have a few things. Number 1. I write down the number 1. Make sure people laugh at you. At least once a week. I scoff. You expect me to go on an audition every week? He nods. Until you get a role you want, yes. Number 2. You need to date. You said earlier that I was the first guy you've brought back to your apartment. That's not enough experience for a girl your age, especially if I'm basing a romance novel on us. We need a little more angst. Go on at least 5 dates by the time I see you again. 5? He's insane. That's 5 more than I planned to go on. And I want you to kiss at least 2 of them. I stare at him in disbelief. He nudges his head toward the paper in my hands. Write it down, Fallon. That's assignment number 3. Kiss 2 guys. Are you about to tell me assignment number 4 is to find a pimp? He laughs. Nope. Just 3 assignments. Get laughed at once a week, go on 5 dates, kiss at least 2 of them. Piece of cake. For you, maybe. I write down his stupid assignments and then fold up the paper and put it in my purse. What about social media? Are we allowed to Facebook stalk each other? He asks. Shit, I hadn't thought about that, even though I haven't really utilized social media much in the past 2 years. I reach over and grab Ben's phone. We'll block each other, I tell him. That way we can't cheat. He groans as if I just foiled his plans. I go through both of our phones and search our profiles, blocking one another on every social media platform I can think of. When I'm finished with that, I hand him back his phone and use mine to call my mother. I had a really early breakfast with her before she left for work today. The breakfast also doubled as our goodbye. She'll be in Santa Barbara for 2 days, which is why Amber was going to drive me to the airport. Hey, I say when she answers the call. Hey, sweetie, she says. Are you at the airport yet? Almost. I'll text you when I land in New York, but you'll be asleep. She laughs. Fallon, mothers don't sleep when their children are hurtling through the sky at 500 miles an hour. I'm leaving my phone on, so you better text me as soon as you land. I will, I promise. Ben glances at me out of the corner of his eye, probably wondering who I'm talking to. Fallon, I'm really happy you're doing this, she says. But I'm going to warn you, I might miss you, a lot. And I might sound sad when you call, but don't get homesick. I'll be fine, I promise. I'm sad that I won't get to see you as often, but I'm even happier that you're taking this step. And I promise that's all I'm going to say about it. I love you, and I'm proud of you, and I'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you too, Mom. When I hang up the phone, I catch Ben staring at me again. I can't believe you haven't introduced me to your mother yet, he says. We've been dating for 10 hours now. If it doesn't happen soon, I'll start to take it personal. I'm laughing as I shove my phone inside my purse. He reaches over and takes my hand in his, and holds it the entire way to the airport. We're fairly quiet the rest of the drive. Aside from asking my flight information, the only other thing he says is, "We're here." Rather than pull into a parking garage like I was hoping he would, he pulls into the drop-off lane. I feel pathetic that I'm disappointed he didn't offer to walk me inside, because he drove me all the way to the airport. I can't be greedy. He unloads my 2 suitcases from his trunk. and I grab my purse and my carry-on from inside the car. He closes his trunk and then walks over to me.
"Have a safe flight,"
he says, as he kisses me on the cheek and gives me a quick hug. I nod, and he makes his way back to his car.
"November 9th, he yells. "Don't forget."
I smile and wave, but internally I'm confused and disappointed by the lack of emotion in his goodbye. Maybe it's better this way, though. I was kind of dreading having to watch him drive away. But that not book-worthy goodbye somehow made it a little easier. Maybe because I'm kind of pissed off about it. I inhale a deep breath and push it out of my head as I watch his car move away. I grab my suitcases and head inside, with not much time to spare before my flight. The airport is still buzzing, despite it being so late at night, so I maneuver my way through the crowd and to a kiosk. I print my boarding pass, check my luggage, and make my way to security. I try not to think about what I'm doing, how I'm about to move from a place I've lived my entire life to a city where I know absolutely no one. The thought of it makes me want to call a cab and go straight back to my apartment, but I can't. I have to do this. I have to force myself to make a life before the one I'm not living swallows me whole. I pull my driver's license out of my purse and prepare to hand it to the security agent as I wait in line. There are 5 people in front of me. 5 people is enough time to talk myself out of moving to New York, so I close my eyes and think about everything in New York that I'm excited about. Hot dog stands, Broadway, Times Square, Hell's Kitchen, the Statue of Liberty, the Museum of Modern Art, Central Park. Fallon! My eyes flick open. I turn around, and Ben is standing at the revolving door. He begins running toward me, in slow motion. I cover my mouth with my hand and try not to laugh, as he slowly stretches out an arm like he's reaching out for me. He's yelling, "Don't go yet," as he moves slowly through the crowd of people. People from all directions stop to see what the commotion is all about. I want to dig myself a hole and hide, but I'm laughing too hard to care about how embarrassing this is. What in the world is he doing? When he finally reaches me after what seems like forever, a huge grin spreads across his face. "You didn't really think I was just gonna drop you off and leave like that, did you?" I shrug because that's exactly what I thought just happened. "You should know your own boyfriend better than that." He takes my face in his hands. I had to create angst so I could try to make this kiss a 10. He presses his mouth to mine and kisses me with so much emotion. I forget all the things, everything. I forget where I am, who I am. There's a guy, and I'm a girl, and we're kissing, and the feels, and the knots in my stomach, and the chills on my skin, and the hand in my hair, and my arms that feel too heavy, and now he's grinning against my lips. My eyelids flutter open, and I didn't even know kisses could really make eyelids flutter open. But they do, and mine did. "On a scale of 1 to 10? He asks. The room feels like it's spinning, so I suck in a huge rush of air and try not to sway. A 9. Definitely a solid 9. He shrugs. "I'll take it. But next year, it'll be an 11. Promise." He presses a kiss to my forehead and releases me. He begins to walk backward, and I'm aware of everyone in our vicinity staring at us. But I can't help but not give a shit. Right before he reaches the revolving door, he cups his hands around his mouth and yells, "I hope the entire state of New York laughs at you." I don't think I've ever smiled so big. I lift a hand and wave goodbye as he disappears. It really was a 10.
2nd November 9th. Her tears and my soul, they live parallel lives. Run, ache, burn, repeat. Her tears and my soul, they live parallel lives. Benton James Kessler. Ben. When you swing upon a memory, so dark and far away, you get caught upon a mystery that guides you through the day. Although you're standing weak and don't know your way around, I will always be there for you when you're down. I wrote that piece of shit poem when I was in the 3rd grade. It was the first thing I ever showed anyone. Actually, I don't even think I showed it to anyone. My mother found it in my room, which is how I came to respect the beauty of privacy. She showed everyone in my entire family, and it made me never want to share my work again. I realize now that my mother wasn't trying to embarrass me. She was just proud of me. But I still never show anyone the things I write. It's almost like saying every thought out loud. Some things just aren't for public consumption. And I don't know how to explain that to Fallon. She assumes, based on our agreement last year, that I'm writing a novel that she'll one day read. And as much as she claims it's fiction, every sentence I've written in the past year is more truthful than anything I'd ever admit out loud. I'm hoping after today I can start rewriting it in order to give her something to read, but the last year of writing down my fucked up life has been kind of therapeutic. And even though I've been busy with school and what I now call my writing therapy, I still found time to complete the homework she gave me, and then some. I've read 26 romance novels, only 5 of which Fallon recommended. What she failed to tell me is that 2 of the novels she suggested were firsts in a series, so of course I had to finish the series. So far in my research, I've concluded that Fallon is absolutely right. Kisses in books and kisses in real life aren't exactly the same. And every single time I read one of these novels, I cringe when I think about the few times I kissed Fallon last year. They absolutely were not book-worthy. And even though I've been doing a lot of reading this past year, I'm still not sure what makes a kiss book-worthy. But I know she deserved better than what I gave her. I'd be lying if I said I haven't kissed anyone since I kissed Fallon last November. I've been out with girls a few times since then. And when Fallon jokingly said she wanted me to compare every girl to her, she got her wish. Because that's exactly what happened with both the girls I kissed. One of them wasn't nearly as funny as Fallon. The other was way too self-absorbed. And neither of them had good taste in music, but that doesn't count since I have no idea what taste in music Fallon has. It's definitely something I had planned to find out today. I have a list of things I need to know in order to work on the real novel I promised her. However, it looks like that list will go unanswered, and the entire last year of studying romance novels and writing about our first November 9th together was for naught, because she didn't show up. I look at the clock again to make sure it matches the time on my cell phone. It does. I pulled the slip of homework out to make sure I got the time right. I did. I look around me once more to make sure this is the same restaurant where we met last year. It is. I know this because the restaurant changed ownership recently and has a different name. But it's still the same building at the same address with the same food. So, where the hell are you, Fallon? She's almost 2 hours late. The waitress has refilled my drink 4 times, and 5 glasses of water in 2 hours is a lot for my bladder. But I'm giving myself half an hour before I go to the restroom, because I'm worried if I'm not sitting here when she walks in, she'll think I didn't show, and she'll leave. Excuse me? My pulse immediately quickens at her words, and my head jerks up. But she's not Fallon. I immediately deflate. Is your name Ben? The girl asks. She's wearing a name tag. Tally. Tally is wearing a Pinkberry name tag. How does Tally know my name? Yeah, I'm Ben. She exhales and points at her name tag. I work down the street. Some girl is on the phone there and says it's an emergency. Fallon. I impress myself with how fast I'm out of the booth and out the door. I run down the street until I get to Pinkberry, and I swing the door open. The guy behind the counter looks at me strange and takes a step back. I'm out of breath and panting, but I point to the phone behind him. Someone's on hold for me? He grabs the phone, presses a button, and hands me the receiver. Hello? Fallon? Are you okay? I don't immediately hear her voice, but I can tell it's her from her sigh alone. Ben! Oh, thank God you were still there. I'm so sorry. My flight was delayed, and I tried calling the restaurant, but their number was disconnected, and then my flight was boarding. I finally figured out the number by the time I landed, and I've tried calling several times, but I just keep getting a busy signal. So I didn't know what else to do. I'm in a cab now, and I'm really, really sorry I'm so late, but I had no way of getting in touch with you. I didn't know my lungs could hold this much air. I exhale, relieved and disappointed for her, but completely stoked that she actually did it. She remembered, and she came, and we're actually doing this. Never mind the fact that she's now aware I was still waiting at the restaurant 2 whole hours later. Ben? I'm here, I say. It's fine, I'm just glad you made it. But it's probably faster if you just meet me at my house. The traffic is a nightmare here. She asks for the address, and I give it to her. Okay, she says. She sounds nervous. I'll see you in a little while. Yeah, I'll be there. Oh, wait, Ben? I kind of told the girl who answered the phone that you would give her $20 if she took the message. Sorry about that. She just acted like she wasn't going to do it, so I had to bribe her. I laugh. No problem. See you soon. She tells me goodbye, and I hand the phone to Tally, who is now standing behind the register. She holds out her hand for the $20. I pull out my wallet and hand her the 20. I would have paid 10 times that for her phone call. I pace back and forth in the driveway. What am I doing? There is so much wrong with this. I barely even know the girl. I spent a few hours with her, and here I am committing to writing a book about her? About us? What if we don't even click this time? I could have been having a manic episode last year and was just in an exceptionally receptive and good mood. She might not even be funny. She could be a bitch. She could be stressed out over her flight delay, and she might not even want to be here. I mean, who does that? What sane person would fly across the country to see someone for one day who they barely know? Probably not many people. But I would have been on a flight without hesitation today if we were supposed to meet up in New York. I'm rubbing my hands down my face when the cab rounds the corner. I'm trying to mentally psych myself into believing that this is perfectly normal. It's not crazy. It's not commitment. We're friends. Friends would fly across the country to spend time together. Wait, are we friends? We don't even communicate, so that probably wouldn't even qualify as acquaintances. The cab is pulling into the driveway now. For fuck's sake, lose the nerves, Kessler. The car stops. The back door opens. I should greet her at the door. It's awkward with me being so far away. I'm walking toward the cab when she begins to step out. Please be the same Fallon I met last year. I grip the door handle and pull it the rest of the way open. I try to play it cool, to not come off nervous, or worse, excited. I've studied enough romance novels to know girls like it when the guys are somewhat aloof. I read somewhere those kinds of guys are called alpha males. Be a jackass, Kessler, just a little bit. You can do it. She steps out of the car, and when she does, it's like in the movies where everything is in slow motion. Not at all similar to my version of slow motion. This is much more graceful. The wind picks up, and strands of hair blow across her face. She lifts her hand to pull the hair away, and that's when I notice what a difference 1 year can make. She's different. Her hair is shorter. She has bangs. She's wearing a short-sleeved shirt, which is something she admitted to never doing before last year. She's covered in confidence, from head to toe. It's the sexiest thing I've ever seen. Hey, she says, as I reach behind her to close the door. She seems to be happy to see me, and that alone makes me smile back at her. So much for playing aloof. I literally lasted 0 seconds when it came to the alpha male alter ego I've been practicing. I release a year-long pent-up breath, and I step forward and pull her into the most genuine embrace I've ever given anyone. I wrap my hand around the back of her head and pull her to me, breathing in the crisp winter scent of her. She immediately wraps her arms around me and buries her face against my shoulder. I feel a sigh escape her, and we stand in the same position until the cab is backed out of the driveway and disappears around the corner. And even then, we don't let go. She's squeezing the back of my shirt in her fisted hands, and I'm trying not to be obvious about the fact that I might be a little bit obsessed with her new hairstyle. It's softer, straighter, lighter, refreshing, and fuck, it hurts. Again. Why is she the only one who makes me wince like this? She sighs against my neck, and I almost push her away because, damn it, this is too much. I'm not sure what bothers me more, the fact that we seem to have picked up right where we left off last year, or the fact that last year wasn't a fluke. If I'm being honest, I kind of think it's the latter, because this past year was hell having to go every minute of the day with her on my mind and not knowing if I'd ever see her again. And now that I know she's committed to this idiotic plan of mine to meet up once a year, I foresee another long year of agony ahead of me. I'm already dreading the second she leaves, and she just now showed up. She lifts her head from my shoulder and looks up at me. I brush her bangs back with my hand to see more of her face. Despite how frantic she sounded on the phone earlier, she seems completely peaceful right now. Hello, Fallon the transient. Her smile grows even wider. Hello, Ben the writer. Why do you look like you're in pain? I try to smile, but I'm sure the look on my face right now isn't an attractive one. Because keeping my mouth off of you is really painful. She laughs. As much as I want your mouth on me, I must warn you that a hello kiss is probably only going to be a 6. I promised her an 11. It'll have to wait. Come on, let's go inside so I can find out what color panties you have on. She's laughing that familiar laugh as I grab her hand and walk her toward the house. I can already tell I have nothing to worry about. She's the same Fallon I remember from last year. Maybe even a little better. So, maybe that means I have everything to worry about.
Fallon. I wasn't expecting this when he said to meet him at his house. I was more or less expecting an apartment. But this is a fairly modern 2-story house. A house. He closes the front door behind me and heads for the stairs. I trail behind him. You didn't bring luggage? He asks. I don't want to think about how little time I'll actually be here. I'm heading back tonight. He stops mid-step and faces me. Tonight? You aren't even staying the night in California? I shake my head. I can't. I have to be back in New York by 8 in the morning. My flight is at 10:30 tonight. The flight is more than 5 hours, he says, concerned. With the time difference, you won't even get home until after 6 in the morning. I'll sleep on the plane. His eyebrows draw apart and his mouth tightens. I don't like that for you, he says. You should have called. We could have changed the date or something. I don't know your phone number. Besides, that would have ruined the entire premise of your book. It's November 9th or nothing, remember? I think he may be pouting, but I do recall him being the one to make that rule. I'm sorry I was late. We still have 6 hours left before I have to head to the airport. 5.5, he clarifies. He begins walking up the stairs again. I follow him all the way to his room, but now I feel like he's upset with me. I know there were probably ways around flying in and out on the same day, but to be honest, I wasn't even sure he would show up. I thought he probably had crazy, spontaneous days with fake girlfriends all the time, and he wouldn't even remember me. I figured I wouldn't be too embarrassed with myself for believing he would show up if I was able to get right back on the plane a few hours later and pretend it never happened. But not only did he show up, he was still waiting 2 hours later. 2 hours. It's extremely flattering. I would have probably given up after the first hour, thinking he stood me up. Ben opens a door and motions for me to walk in first. He smiles at me as I walk into his room, but his smile feels forced. He has no right to be upset with me. We agreed to meet today, and yes, I was late, but I showed up. I spin around and put my hands on my hips, ready to defend myself if he says another word about how little time we have. He closes the door and leans against it, but rather than bring it up again, he begins to kick off his shoes. The disappointment is gone from his face, and He actually looks, I don't know, happy. After his shoes are off, he steps quickly toward me and shoves me. I let out a shriek when I fall backward, but before I can panic, my back meets a cloud or a bed. Whatever it is, it's the most comfortable thing I've ever lain on. He steps forward with a smirk on his face and a gleam in his eye.
"Let's get comfortable," he says. "We have a lot of talking to do."
He stands between my knees and lifts one of my legs to remove my shoe. They're just flat, so he slides it off easily. Rather than drop my foot, he runs his hand slowly down my leg as he lowers it to the bed. I forgot how hot it is in California. He really needs to turn on a fan. He lifts my other leg and removes that shoe in the same fashion, moving his hand down my leg at a torturous pace, all the while grinning at me. Is the elevation different here than in New York? God, it's hard to breathe in this room. Once I'm barefoot, he steps around me and takes a seat at the head of the bed. "Come here," he says. I flip onto my stomach, and he's lying on a pillow with his head propped up on his hand. He pats the pillow next to him.
"I don't bite."
"Damn shame," I say, as I crawl my way to where he is. I lie down on the pillow and face him. 90% of our time together since we met has been spent on a bed.
"Nothing wrong with that."
I love your hair. His words send me into a tizzy, but I smile like I hear it every day. Why, thank you. We quietly take each other in for a moment. I was starting to forget what he looked like, but now that I'm in front of him, it's like I never even left. He looks less like a teenager now than he did last year, and it makes me wonder if, when I see him again next year, he'll look just like a man. Not that there's any difference between a man and a 19-year-old, because they're the same thing.
"We don't have much time," he says. "I have a ton of questions. I have a book to write, and I know absolutely nothing about you."
I open my mouth to argue because it seems like he knows everything about me. But then I clamp it shut, because I guess he doesn't really know much about me. We only spent one day together. Did you write anything this year? He nods.
"I did. Did you kiss anyone this year?"
I nod. I did. Did you? He shrugs. Did you, Ben? He nods.
"A few."
I try not to let that affect me, but exactly how many constitutes a few? And did you compare them all to me? He shakes his head.
"I told you last year that's completely unfair to the rest of the female population. You're incomparable."
I'm so glad I came today. I don't care if I don't sleep for a week. It would be worth it just to have that compliment.
"How about your guys? Did you go on all 5 dates?"
Guy, I correct him. There was just one. I tried. He raises an eyebrow, so I immediately go into defense mode. Ben, you can't expect me to put myself out there in a brand new state when I've never really been out there. It takes time. I was so proud when I kissed the one guy. He thought I was stoked because of the kiss, but I was only happy because I crossed something off my homework. He laughs.
"Well, one will do, I guess. But that means your homework for this year just got a lot harder."
Yeah, well, so will yours then. And speaking of, I want proof of the book you're writing. I want to read something you wrote about us.
"No,"
he says immediately. I lift up on the bed. What? No? You can't tell me you wrote this year and not prove it to me. Give me something.
"I don't like people to read what I write."
I laugh. Seriously? That's like an opera singer refusing to make sound when she performs.
"It's nothing like that. I'll let you read it when I'm finished."
You're gonna make me wait 4 years? His lip curls up in a grin when he nods. I fall back down onto the pillow with a deflated flop. Sigh.
Did you just say sigh? Out loud instead of actually sighing? I roll.
He laughs and scoots closer to me. Now I'm looking up, and he's looking down. And that would be fine and dandy if he wasn't looking at me like he's planning out exactly how his lips are going to mesh with mine. I suck in a breath as his hand slides over my jaw.
I missed you, Fallon,
he whispers.
A lot. And screw it if I'm not supposed to admit that. But I tried the whole alpha male thing for 2 seconds, and I just couldn't do it. So you don't get Alpha Ben today. I'm sorry.
Wow. Is he?
He is.
Ben, I say, narrowing my eyes. Are you booksting me? He cocks an eyebrow.
Booksting?
Yeah. When a hot guy talks books with a girl. It's like sexting, but out loud and with books instead of sex. Nor does it have to do with texts. Okay, so it's nothing like sexting, but it made sense in my head. He falls onto his back in laughter. I scoot toward him and place my hand on his chest as I lean over him. Don't stop, I tease in a seductive voice. Give me more, Ben. Did you read ebooks? Or... I run my finger slowly down his chest. Hardbacks. He pulls his hands behind his head, and a smug look washes over his face.
Oh, they were hardbacks, all right. And I'm not sure if you're ready for this, but I have my very own TBR pile. You should see it, Fallon. It's huge.
I let out a moan, but I'm not so sure it's pretend.
I also know what makes a kiss bookworthy now, he says, so be prepared.
He lifts up onto his elbow again and loses the smile.
Seriously, though, this female attraction to the alpha male throws me off a little bit because I'm not anything like the guys you read about.
Yeah, you're better.
I could never drive a motorcycle or fight another man just for fun. And as much as I've fantasized about having sex with you this year, I don't think I could ever say I own you with a straight face. And I've always wanted a tattoo, but probably just a small one because no way in hell I could endure the pain. Overall, the books were interesting, but they also made me feel highly inadequate.
He can't be serious. Ben, not all the guys in the books I read are like that. He tilts his head.
But you obviously like the bad boys if you like reading about them.
Actually, that's not true, I tell him. I enjoy reading books like that because it's not at all the life I lead. It's completely different than any situation I'll ever be in, thank God. But I get entertainment out of it. Because as much as I like to read about a guy telling a girl she's so wet for him, if anyone ever said that to me during sex, I wouldn't be turned on by it. I would be terrified I accidentally peed on myself. Ben laughs. And if you and I were having sex and you told me you owned me, I would literally crawl out from under you, put on my clothes, walk out of your house, and go puke in your front yard. So, just because I like reading about those kinds of guys doesn't mean I need my real-life guys to act like that. He grins.
Can I keep you?
Too bad he's only kidding. I'm all yours for the next 5 hours. He pushes me flat on my back.
Tell me about this boy you kissed.
His use of the word boy somehow seems like an insult to the guy. I like it. Jealous Ben is cute.
I need to know all the details about your kiss, so I can add a subplot to the book.
A subplot? I ask. Does that mean you have an actual plot already? His expression doesn't waver.
So how did you meet him?
Rehearsals.
Did you go on a date with him?
2.
Why only 2? What happened?
I want to say sigh again out loud. I really don't want to talk about him. Nothing came of it. Do we really have to talk about it?
Yep, it was part of the agreement.
I groan. Fine. His name is Cody. He's 21. We were auditioning for the same play, and we had a nice conversation. He asked for my number, and I gave it to him.
You gave him your phone number?
Ben asks, dejected.
Why won't you give me your phone number?
Because I actually like you. Anyway, we went out that weekend and kissed a few times. He was nice. Funny. Ben makes a face.
Funnier than me?
Your humor is incomparable, Ben. Stop interrupting me. So I agreed to go out with him a second time. We went back to his place to watch a movie. We started making out, and I couldn't do it.
Couldn't do it? Like, it, or just make out with him?
I don't know what's more strange, talking to Ben about making out with another guy, or the fact that I'm so comfortable talking to Ben about making out with another guy. Well, up to this point, anyway. Now I just want to shut up. I couldn't do either. I close my eyes, not wanting to tell him the real reason why I couldn't do it. But it's Ben. He's easy to talk to. It was different. He made me feel, I don't know, flawed. I can see the roll in Ben's throat when he swallows.
Explain,
he says, his voice clipped. I like that he seems a little upset, like he doesn't actually want to hear about me making out with someone else. I especially like how he seems a little protective of me. I think Ben has more alpha in him than he gives himself credit for. I blow out a heavy breath, preparing for the honesty I shouldn't really want to share, but for some reason want to share. Last year, when you touched me, you made me feel pretty, like I didn't have any scars. Or, not like that, I said that wrong. You made me feel like the scars were part of what made me pretty, and I've never once felt like that. Nor did I think I'd ever feel like that. So when I was with Cody, I noticed everything. How he only touched the right side of my face. How he only kissed the right side of my neck. How, when we were making out, he insisted the lights be off. Ben makes a face like he's in pain again, but this time he's very convincing. Go on, he says, forcing the words out of his mouth. He tried to take off my bra at one point, and I just couldn't do it. I didn't want him to see it. He was really nice about it and didn't ask me to keep going. And if I'm being honest, that bothered me a little. I kind of wanted him to console me and act like he still wanted me, but he seemed a little relieved that I stopped it. Ben rolls onto his back and rubs his hands up and down his face. After a moment, he resumes his position, looking down on me.
Please don't ever speak to that fucking douchebag again.
A surprising wave of heat rolls over me with those words. His thumb brushes my jaw, and his expression is full of sincerity.
What didn't you want him to see?
The confusion on my face prompts him to be more detailed.
You said I didn't want him to see it, but if your shirt was already off and he already saw your scars, what is it you're referring to?
I swallow. I want to pull a pillow over my face and hide. I can't believe he caught that. In fact, I think I will pull a pillow over my face. Stop, he says when I try to grab for the pillow. He tucks it back under my head and leans in closer.
It's me, Fallon. Don't be embarrassed. Tell me what you were referring to.
I inhale a deep breath, hoping more air in my lungs will somehow give me more courage to answer him. and then I release the breath as slow as possible so I can drag out having to answer him. I cover my eyes with my arm and say it as fast as I can. My left breast. I wait for him to ask more questions or make me move my arm, but he doesn't. I can't believe I just told him that. I've never told anyone that, not even Amber. During the fire, not only was most of the left half of my body burned, but as if that wasn't punishment enough, I was injured when they tried to pull me out the top-story window. Luckily, I don't remember anything between falling asleep that night and waking up in the hospital, but the scars are a daily reminder, and my left breast bore the brunt of most of it. And I'm not stupid. I know to guys, breasts are supposed to be beautiful and symmetrical, and mine aren't. I feel Ben's hand meet my wrist, and he pulls my arm from my face. He gently palms my cheek.
Why would it bother you for anyone to see it? Because it's scarred?
I nod, but then I shake my head. This is so embarrassing, Ben.
Not to me,
he says.
And it sure as hell shouldn't be for you. I've seen you without a shirt already, remember? As I recall, it was pretty magnificent.
You've seen me without a shirt, but you should see me without a bra. You would understand. Ben immediately lifts up onto his elbow.
Okay.
I stare at him in disbelief. That wasn't an invitation.
But I want to see it.
I shake my head. I even laugh because there's no way in hell I'm just gonna plop my boob out of my shirt so he can gawk at its hideousness.
I want to do the book justice, and your injuries are something I have to talk about, so you should let me see it. We'll consider it research.
It feels like his words just backhanded my heart.
What?
My voice is so unsteady it sounds like I'm crying, but I'm not. Yet. What do you mean you'll have to talk about it in the book? You aren't really writing about my scars, are you? Confusion encompasses his face.
It's part of your story. Of course I'm writing about it.
I lift up on my elbows and narrow my eyes in his direction. I wanted you to fictionalize me and make me pretty, Ben. You can't make the main character a freak show. No one wants to identify with that. Main characters should be beautiful and... Ben immediately rolls on top of me and covers my mouth with his hand. He inhales a deep breath in preparation for what seems like a fight. He releases it quickly, his jaw twitching with irritation.
You listen to me,
he says, keeping his hand secured over my mouth so that I can't interrupt him.
It pisses me off that you allow something so trivial to define such a huge part of you.
I can't make you pretty in this book because that would be an insult. You're fucking beautiful, and you're funny, and the only times I'm not completely enamored by you are the moments you're feeling sorry for yourself. Because I don't know if you've realized this yet, but you're alive, Fallon. And every time you look in the mirror, you don't have the right to hate what you see, because you survived, when a lot of people didn't get that lucky. So from now on, when you think about your scars, you aren't allowed to resent them. You're going to embrace them, because you're lucky to be on this earth to see them. And any guy you allow to touch your scars better thank you for that privilege. My chest hurts. I can't breathe. He removes his hand from my mouth, and when he does, I gasp for breath. My eyes rim with tears, and I can't stop myself from shaking as I try to suppress them. Ben lowers himself completely on top of me, cradling my head in his hands. He presses his lips to the side of my head and then whispers, "You deserved that, Fallon." And I nod, because he's right. He's right. Of course he's right. I'm alive, and I'm healthy, and yes, the fire left its thumbprint on my skin, But it didn't take the most important parts of me. It wasn't able to reach anything beneath the surface. So why am I treating myself like it did? I have to stop doing this to myself. Shh, he whispers, thumbing the tears on my cheeks. My emotions are all over the place. I'm so pissed that he felt he has the right to even talk to me that way. But the fact that he just talked to me that way made my heart wish it had lips, so it could kiss him. And I'm pissed off at myself for being so self-centered these last few years. Sure, the fire sucked. Yes, I wish it never happened. But it did, and I can't change it, so I need to get over it. I want to laugh, because everything he just said feels like a weight has been removed from my chest, and I'm breathing for the first time in 3 years. Everything feels different. Newer. Like the air is buzzing, reminding me that I'm lucky to be here, breathing it in. So I do just that. I take in a deep breath, and I throw my arms around him, burying my head in the crevice of his neck and shoulder. "Thank you," I whisper. "You asshole." I feel him laughing, so I lie back down on my pillow and allow him to wipe more tears away. He's looking down at me like I'm a beautiful mess, and I'm not going to allow myself to question that. Because I am. I'm a beautiful fucking mess. And he's lucky to be on top of me right now. I slide my hands to his chest and feel his heart pounding through his shirt. It's pounding as hard as mine is. We lock eyes, and he doesn't ask permission when he dips his head and brushes my mouth with his. "Fallon, I'm worked up so damn tight. I'm gonna kiss you now, and I'm not sorry." And then his lips claim mine. My head is swimming. My body feels like it's floating, and I can't move my arms. But I don't have to, because he raises my hands above my head and interlocks our fingers, pushing them into the mattress. His tongue slides against mine, and there's so much feeling in it. It's as if he's kissing me the same way he looks at me, from the inside out. He slowly plants kisses down my neck, keeping my hands secured to the bed, not allowing me to touch him back, while he explores my skin. God, I've missed him. I've missed the way I feel when I'm with him. I wish I could have this every day. Once a year isn't near enough. The pressure on my right hand disappears as he runs his fingers down the length of my arm, all the way to my waist. His mouth has returned to mine, and he's kissing me again, as his hand slowly begins to crawl inside my shirt. Just feeling his fingertips on my skin reminds me of why I think about him every night. When my head meets my pillow, "I'm taking off your shirt," he says. I don't even hesitate. I don't even hesitate? He pulls the shirt over my head and tosses it behind him. His eyes fall to my breasts, covered with a black lace bra that I was convinced he wouldn't see tonight. He smiles a devilish smile, running his fingertips over the lace. He cups my right breast in his hand, dragging his thumb over the fabric covering my nipple. The second he does that, I flinch because I've read enough books to know that the next move is going to be touching me beneath the fabric. My entire body tenses because I don't think I want him to remove my bra. I don't want him to see all of me. No one has ever seen all of me. "Baby," he says, sliding his lips across my chest. "Relax, okay? I could try. But now I'm tense because he called me baby and not because he's about to go where no one has gone before." I've always found that term of endearment to be a little grating, but it so works when he says it. I thread my fingers through the back of his hair and guide him toward my left breast, wondering how this went from 0 to 10 in a matter of seconds. Oh God, he's pulling down my bra strap. His mouth is right there, trailing over the curve of my breast, and his fingers are pulling the material lower. 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 Gone. I feel the air against my exposed breast, but my eyes are closed too tight to see the look on his face. But I can feel his lips as he kisses his way across my chest without hesitation, sliding his tongue against my skin, sucking and kissing and squeezing and enjoying. Fallon. He wants me to look at him, but I'm much more comfortable with my eyes closed. Open your eyes, Fallon. I can do this. I open my eyes, and I'm staring up at the ceiling. I can do this. I slowly bring my gaze down until I'm looking him in the eyes. You're beautiful. Every inch of you is so beautiful. He presses his lips between my breasts, and then drags them slowly across my skin, running his tongue over my scars. I wait for him to make an excuse, to back away from me, but he doesn't. He grins up at me instead. Are you okay? Can I keep going? My first inclination is to shake my head because I shouldn't want him to. Any time I've imagined this happening with a guy in the past, I picture myself with a perfect body and no scars. But here I am, staring down at Ben as he explores every part of me I've wished were different. And he's actually enjoying it. And so am I. I nod, and maybe moan again because holy shit, he looks hot. The fact that I'm the reason for that heated look in his eyes makes me feel even more desirable than when I imagine being perfect. He kisses his way back up my neck until he's over me. He slides a hand to the nape of my neck and dips his head. I'm sorry. I don't know how to slow myself down when I'm with you. But not only does he slow himself down, he stops completely, because the door to his bedroom swings open. Ben lies on top of me in a flash, covering me, but he isn't fast enough for me to miss the girl standing in the doorway, wide-eyed. Oh God, the door. A girl. Ben? She says. I think I might panic. Can we have a minute, Jordan? Ben says without looking back at her. The door quickly slams shut, and a muffled apology comes from the other side of it. Sorry. Oh, wow, so sorry. Her reaction isn't that of a pissed-off girlfriend, so that fills me with relief. It does little to relieve my embarrassment, though. I'm so sorry, Ben says. I had no idea she was home. He gives me a quick peck on the mouth and then lifts up. Don't worry. This is way more embarrassing for her than it is for us. I pull my bra back up over my breasts and I sit up on the bed. Speak for yourself. Ben retrieves my shirt from the foot of the bed and returns to me, helping me pull it over my head. He's grinning. It's not funny, I whisper. He laughs quietly. If you knew Jordan, you'd know that this is actually hilarious. I feel out of the loop, and it isn't until this moment that I realize how very little I actually know about Ben. Is she your sister? She will be in a few days, he says, answering me as he slips on his shoes. She's marrying my brother Kyle this weekend. They're having the wedding out back. He has a brother? I'm reminded of how little I actually know about his family. The wedding is here? Do they live here? He nods. My brothers and I inherited the house after my mom died. We all live here since there's plenty of space. My older brother travels a lot, so he's gone more than he's here, though. Kyle and Jordan share the master bedroom downstairs. I don't know why I assumed Ben was an only child, and I had no idea his mother passed away. I feel like this guy whose mouth was just devouring my breasts is a complete stranger. He must see the confusion and embarrassment still on my face, so he leans over me and smiles reassuringly.
We'll play 20 questions later, and you'll know almost everything about me, as boring as my life is. But for now, I want you to meet my future sister.
He pulls on my hands until I'm standing. I put my shoes back on and follow him out of the bedroom. We get to the top of the stairs, and he stops and gives me the sweetest, softest kiss before continuing his descent to find Jordan. Blame it on the fact that I'm a sucker for romance novels, but I've been convinced that the grander the gesture, the greater the love. Some of my favorite scenes from the books I read are those pivotal points in the arc of the story when the guy declares his love for the girl in a huge way. But the way this one little kiss from Ben just left me feeling, I think I've been overlooking the best parts of romance novels. Maybe the grand gestures don't matter nearly as much as all the inconsequential things between the two main characters. It makes me want to go back and reread everything I've ever read, now that I'm experiencing these things with someone in real life. I'm so sorry, someone is saying as Ben pulls me into the kitchen. I had no idea you were home, and I was looking for scissors, but you are home, and she's definitely not a pair of scissors. She's cute, shorter than me, California blonde hair, and a face that can't hide a single emotion. Because right now, just looking at her, I can tell she's about to crack.
Jordan, this is Fallon,
Ben says, gesturing toward me. I wave, and Jordan immediately crosses the room and hugs me. Nice to meet you, Fallon. Don't be embarrassed. It's perfectly normal for Ben to have girls in his room. I cut my eyes to Ben, and he lifts his hands in defense like he has no idea why she just said that. I lift my palms up in a help me gesture because she's clinging tight and I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Ben clears his throat and Jordan finally releases me. Oh God, that totally came out wrong, she says, shaking out her hands. It's not normal for him to have girls in his room. Not at all what I meant, she says. I just mean it's nothing to be ashamed of. We're all adults. I wasn't implying that you're one of many. In fact, he rarely ever brings girls here, so that's why I didn't think twice before walking into his room, because it's so rare I never thought he'd actually be in there. With you. With a girl. She's pacing now, and every time I catch a glimpse of her face, she looks on the verge of tears. I've never seen anyone more in need of a hug than she is right now. I walk over to her and she stops pacing. I place both of my hands on her shoulders. I take a deep, exaggerated breath, straightening my posture. She copies the movement, dragging air into her lungs. I calmly exhale and she follows suit. I smile. It's okay, Jordan. Ben and I are absolutely fine. But you look like you could use a drink. Or 10. She nods feverishly and then slaps her hand over her mouth as soon as the tears come. Oh, Jesus. What now? I look to Ben for help, but he's looking at me like this is completely normal behavior for her. He does make his way toward her, though, turning her around to face him. Hey, Ben says soothingly, pulling her into a hug. What's wrong? She shakes her head, pointing toward another room. The placeholders came, and half of them are spelled wrong, and the tables and chairs were supposed to be here this morning, but they moved delivery to tomorrow, and tomorrow doesn't work because tomorrow is when I'm supposed to have my last fitting, and now I have to be here for the delivery, and my mom's flight was canceled, so she can't help me finish the flower arrangements tonight, and... Ben cuts her off. Calm down, he says. He motions toward the refrigerator, so I walk to the kitchen and find a half-full bottle of wine. I pour Jordan a glass while Ben calms her down. When I hand it to her, she's sitting on a bar stool, wiping at her tears. "Thank you," she says as she takes the wine. "I'm normally not this crazy or high-strung, but it's the worst week of my life. And I know it'll be worth it in the end, but..." She eyes me hard. "Never get married. Ever. Unless you go to Vegas." I make it look like I'm soaking in her advice, but her stress level is enough to make anyone not look forward to a wedding. "Wait," she says, pointing at me. "Your name is Fallon? As in Fallon O'Neill?" Oh no. It's not often I get recognized from the show, but when it does happen, it's usually by girls who are about Jordan's age. Girls who probably watched the show religiously. "You aren't the actress who used to star in that detective show, are you?" Ben's arm goes around my shoulder like he's proud of that fact.
She sure is.
"No way," she says. "I used to watch that show all the time. Well, until they replaced you with that one chick who couldn't act worth a flip." That comment makes me feel good. I couldn't bring myself to watch the show after I was replaced, but I won't lie and say I wasn't a little relieved that it went off the air 2 seasons later, due to a drop in ratings. "Why did you quit the show?" she says, and then, "Oh, wait, I remember, you were injured, right? Is that where you got the scars from?" I can feel Ben's arm immediately tense.
"Jordan,"
he says. I appreciate that he's attempting to intercept the conversation for my sake, but it's hard to be offended by Jordan when it's obvious she's just curious and not at all judging. "It's fine," I say as soon as she looks like she's about to apologize. "It was an unfortunate accident, and it sucked that I had to quit the show. But I'm grateful I survived. It could have been a lot worse." I feel Ben press a kiss against the side of my head, and I assume it's because he appreciates that the encouraging words he said to me upstairs might have actually sunk in. The front door slams, and everyone's attention shifts from the conversation about my career to the sound of a man's voice.
"Where's my little bitch?"
he calls out. Oh Lord, I hope this isn't the groom.
"Ian's home,"
Ben says. He grabs my hand and pulls me toward the living room.
"Come meet my big brother."
I follow Ben into the living room to see a man kneeling down by the front door, petting a little white dog.
"There's my little bitch,"
he says sweetly to the dog. As sweet as that sentence can sound, anyway.
"Look what the cat flew in,"
Ben says, getting the guy's attention. It isn't until Ian stands up that I notice he's in a pilot's uniform. Ben immediately motions toward me. I'm not gonna lie, meeting new people is awkward enough. But meeting Ben's family is a whole new level of awkward.
"Ian, this is Fallon. Fallon, Ian."
Ian immediately steps forward and grabs my hand, shaking it. He and Ben look so much alike. I can't help but stare. He's got Ben's strong jaw, and they have the same mouth, but Ian is slightly taller and has blonde hair.
"And Fallon is your..."
He leaves the sentence hanging, waiting for Ben to finish it, but Ben stares at me and waits for me to finish it. What the hell? Talk about being put on the spot. "I'm Ben's... plotline?" Ben laughs loudly, but Ian cocks a curious eyebrow. He looks even more like Ben when he does this.
"You finally writing an actual book?"
Ian asks him. Ben rolls his eyes and grabs my hand to pull me back toward the stairs.
"She's not my plotline. She's my girlfriend, and today is our 1-year anniversary."
Jordan is in the living room now, standing next to Ian. They're both looking at Ben like he's been keeping the world's biggest secret. "You've been dating for a whole year?" Jordan asks, directing her question at me. Before I can tell her he's only kidding, she throws her hands up in defeat. Ben, you told me you weren't bringing a +1. I didn't order enough chairs and oh my God, it's probably too late. She storms out of the room to go make an unnecessary phone call. I slap Ben on the arm. That was so mean, she's already stressed as it is. He laughs and then rolls his eyes dramatically with a groan. Fine. He follows after Jordan. And as soon as it's just me and Ian in the room, the front door opens. Again. Jesus Christ, how many people can fit in this house? When the next guy walks through the front door, he sees Ian first. They hug, and he slaps Ian on the back. You said you didn't come in until tomorrow. Ian shrugs. Miles took today's runs for me so I could get here sooner. Weather is supposed to be bad tomorrow, and I didn't want to get delayed. The brother I don't know yet says, Dude, if you would have missed the rehearsal dinner, Jordan would have my... His voice trails off when he notices me standing in the middle of the living room. I expect him to say something, but he just carefully eyes me up and down with suspicion, as if they don't have visitors very often. Ian steps in and motions toward me. Have you met Ben's girlfriend? The guy's expression doesn't change other than an almost unnoticeable arch of his brow. He quickly straightens up and walks toward me. Kyle Kessler, he says, extending a hand. And you are? Fallon, I say in a slightly intimidated voice. Fallon O'Neill. Unlike Ian and Ben, Kyle doesn't give off the welcoming vibe. It's not that he gives off an unfriendly vibe. He's just nothing like his brothers. He's more serious, more intimidating. For a second, I see him glance at the left side of my face, and it makes me wonder what he thinks of Ben for bringing someone like me home. But then I remember Ben's words to me upstairs, and how lucky Ben is to have brought someone like me home. Rather than follow through with my initial urge to let my hair fall in my face, I stand taller, more confident. Kyle releases my hand when Ben walks back into the living room. All is well with Jordan, he says. Ben stops short when he sees Kyle. His eyes widen a little, as if he's shocked to see Kyle, and I notice a shift in his demeanor. He tries to cover it up with a smile. You said you wouldn't be home until tonight. Kyle drops his keys onto a nearby table and then points at Ben. We need to talk. I can't place the tone in Kyle's voice. He doesn't sound outright angry, but he also doesn't seem to be pleased with Ben. Ben shoots me a reassuring smile before following Kyle out of the room. Be right back, he says. I'm left alone with Ian again. I shove my hands in the pockets of my jeans, unsure of what to do with myself while I wait for Ben. Ian bends down and scoops up the little white dog at his feet. He nods his head toward the stairs. I haven't showered in 3 days. That's where I'll be if either of them asks. Yeah, I say. It was nice meeting you, Ian. He smiles. You too, Fallon. And now I'm alone. These last few minutes have been all kinds of strange. Ben's family is interesting. I look around the living room, trying to get a clue as to who Ben is. There are pictures on the mantel of him and his brothers. I pick one up to get a closer look. It's hard to tell now, but in the earlier pictures it's clear that Ben is the baby and Ian is the oldest. I just have no idea how many years separate the brothers. Maybe 2 or 3. I don't see any pictures of their mother anywhere. It makes me wonder how long ago she died, and where their father is. Ben hasn't mentioned anything about him yet. I hear a loud thud come from the hallway. Worried it might be Jordan, I walk in that direction. I immediately pause when I see Ben pressed up against the wall, with Kyle's arm against his throat. You are an idiot! Kyle says through clenched teeth. Ben is looking at Kyle like he wants to kill him, but he isn't making an effort to fight back. Just as I'm about to rush down the hallway to pull Kyle off of him, Ben catches sight of me out of the corner of his eye. Kyle then turns to see what caught Ben's attention, and as soon as he sees me, he takes a step back, releasing Ben. I'm so confused by what just happened. Kyle is standing between Ben and me, looking back and forth between us. Just when it looks as if he's about to turn and walk away, he spins around and decks Ben right in the eye, slamming him into the wall behind him. "What the hell?" I yell at Kyle. I rush to Ben and he holds up a hand, keeping me at a distance.
"It's okay," he says. "Go upstairs, I'll be up in a minute."
He's covering his eye with his hand, and Kyle is still standing there, looking like he wants to hit him again. But he immediately backs down when Jordan comes rushing around the corner to take in the scene. She looks back and forth, from Kyle to Ben, in shock. Like this is completely out of character for both of them. Which makes this entire scene even more confusing. I don't have brothers, so as far as I know, brothers punch each other all the time. But going by Jordan's reaction, that's not the case in this household. She'll probably break down in tears again any second. "Did you just hit him?" she says to Kyle. For a split second, Kyle looks ashamed, as if he wants to apologize. But then, he blows out a quick breath and turns his attention to Ben.
"You deserved that,"
he says, backing out of the hallway.
"You fucking deserved that."
Ben. We're in my bathroom, and I'm leaning against the counter as she dabs the wet washcloth against my eye, wiping away the blood. I can't believe Kyle hit me in front of her. I'm so pissed, and I'm trying to relax, but it's hard, especially when she's pressed against me in the bathroom like this, touching my face with her fingertips. "Do you want to talk about it?" She reaches down for a Band-Aid and begins tearing it open. "No." She presses the Band-Aid to my face and smooths it out. "Should I be worried?" She tosses the paper in the trash can and puts the washcloth in the sink. I face the mirror and finger the swelling around my eye. "No, Fallon, you should never be worried when it comes to me. Or Kyle, for that matter. I still can't believe he hit me. In all my life, he's never hit me. He's come very close a time or two. Either he's really stressed about his wedding, or I've really pissed him off this time." "Can we get out of here?" I ask. She shrugs. "I guess. Where do you want to go?" "Wherever you are." Just seeing her smile releases so much of my tension. "I have an idea," she says. "Are you cold?" It's the third time I've asked her, and she keeps saying no, but she's shivering. I pull her against me and wrap the blanket more securely around us. She wanted to come to the beach, despite the fact that it's almost dark and November. We got takeout from Chipotle, of course, and she set up a makeshift picnic with blankets we took from my house. We finished eating about half an hour ago, and we've just been making small talk, getting to know more about each other. But with the heaviness of what happened back at the house, all of the questions so far have been safe. But neither of us has asked the other a question in at least 2 minutes, so we may be all out of small talk. Or maybe the silence is a question in itself. I'm holding her hand under the blanket, and we're both just staring at the waves as they crash against the rocks. After a while, she lays her head on my shoulder. "I haven't been to the beach since I was 16, she says. "Are you scared of the ocean?" She lifts her head off my shoulder and pulls her knees up, wrapping her arms around them. "I used to come all the time. Whenever I had a day off, this is where I'd be. But then the fire happened, and it took a long time to recover. I was in and out of the hospital and physical therapy. The sun isn't good for skin when it's trying to heal, so I just never came back. Even after it was okay to be in direct sunlight again, I no longer had the confidence to show up to a place where everyone revealed the most amount of skin they could get away with. Once again, I'm at a loss for what to say to her. I hate knowing the fire took away so much of her confidence, but I think I'm still clueless when it comes to how much it actually took away from her life. "It feels good to be back," she whispers. I squeeze her hand, because I'm sure that's all she really wants. We sit in silence again, and my mind keeps going back to what happened with Kyle in the hallway. I don't know how much she heard, but she's still here, so it couldn't have been much. However, to say she saw a different side to Kyle than I would have wanted her to see is an understatement. She probably thinks he's an asshole, and based on the few minutes she witnessed of him, I wouldn't blame her. When I was in 4th grade, there was this older kid who used to pick on me, I tell her. Every day on the bus, he would either hit me or say mean things to me. It went on for months, and there were a couple of times I would actually get off the bus with a bloody nose. "Jesus," she says. Kyle is a couple years older than me. He was in middle school, but we rode the same bus because we went to a fairly small school. One day, after the kid hit me right in front of Kyle, I expected him to take up for me, to beat the kid's ass because I'm his little brother. That's what big brothers are supposed to do, protect their little brothers from bullies. I stretch my legs out in front of me and sigh. But Kyle just sat there, staring at me. He never intervened. And when we got home, I was so angry with him. I told him it was his job as my brother to teach the bullies a lesson. He laughed and said, "And how will that teach you anything?" I didn't know what to say, because what the hell was I supposed to be learning by getting my ass kicked every day? Kyle said, "What is stopping one bully going to teach you? Nothing. If I intervened, what would you gain from that besides learning to rely on someone else rather than yourself? There will always be bullies, Ben. You need to learn how to deal with them yourself. You need to learn how to not let them get to you. And me beating up some kid for you isn't going to teach you a damn thing." Fallon faces me. "Did you listen to him?" I shake my head. No, I went to my room and cried because I thought he was just being mean. And the kid continued to pick on me for weeks after that. But then one day, it just clicked. I don't know what it was, but I slowly started defending myself. I stopped letting him get to me as much as he did, stopped acting so scared around him. And after a while, when he realized his insults didn't bother me, he finally backed off. She's quiet, but I can tell she's wondering why I'm telling her this story. "He's a good brother," I say to her. "He's a good person. I hate that you saw the side of him you did today, because that's not him. He had a right to be upset with me, and no, I don't want to talk about it. But my brothers are really good people, and I just wanted you to know that." She's looking up at me appreciatively. I wrap my arm around her and pull her to my chest as I lay down on the blanket beneath us. I'm looking up at the stars now, surprised at how long it's been since I've actually seen them. "I was excited about the idea of having a sibling," she says. "I know I acted like I wasn't happy when my dad told me last year, but I've always wanted a sister or brother. Unfortunately, the girl my dad was engaged to wasn't pregnant after all. She thought he had money thanks to his semi-celebrity status. When she found out he was actually broke, she left him." Wow, I don't feel so bad about my family drama she witnessed today. "That's awful," I say to her. "Was he upset?" Not that I care if he was upset. The man deserves any negative karma that's returned to him with the way he treated her that day. She shrugs. "I don't know. My mom told me all that. I haven't even spoken to him since last year." That makes me sad for her. As much of a douchebag as he is, he's still her father, so I know that has to hurt. What kind of person fakes pregnancy to trap a man? That's messed up. Although it does sound like a great plotline for a book. She laughs against my chest. It's tripe and way overused as a subplot. She rests her chin on her arms and smiles at me. The moonlight is hitting her face, shining down on her like she's on a stage. Which reminds me, are you ever going to tell me about this rehearsal you mentioned earlier? What's it for? She loses the smile. Community theater, she says. Tomorrow is opening day, and we have dress rehearsals in the morning, which is why I need to be back so early. I don't have a lead role, and it doesn't pay anything, but I enjoy it because a lot of the actors look to me for advice. I don't know why, maybe because I've had a lot of experience in the past, but it feels good. It's nice that I'm not cooped up in my apartment all the time. I like hearing that. What about work? My schedule is flexible. I'm still recording audiobooks, and I get enough work to pay the bills, so that's good. Although I did have to move apartments because my rent was a little steep, but overall, things are going well. I'm happy there. Good, I say to her, running my fingers through her hair. I'm happy you're happy there. And I am. But I'm not going to lie, a part of me was selfishly hoping I'd see her today and she'd tell me New York didn't work out, that she lives in LA again and she thinks her 5-year rule is stupid, and that she wants to see me tomorrow. Do you even have a job? She asks. I can't believe I don't know that about you. I let you fondle my breasts and I don't even know what you do for a living. I laugh. I go to UCLA, full-time student with a double major, so it doesn't leave much time for work. But I don't have many bills. I have enough money left over from my mom's inheritance to support myself through college, so it works for now. What are your 2 majors? Creative writing and communications. The majority of writers don't have much luck finding a career to sustain themselves, so I want to have a backup plan. She smiles. You don't need a backup plan because in a few years, you'll have a best-selling novel to pay your bills. I hope she doesn't actually think that. What's it called? She asks. What's what called? Our book. What's the title going to be? November 9. I watch her reaction, but her expression reveals nothing of what she thinks of the title. After a few seconds, she lays her head on my chest so I can't see her face anymore. I didn't tell you this last year, she says, her voice much quieter than before. But November 9th is the anniversary of the fire, and being able to look forward to seeing you on this date makes me not dread the anniversary as much as I used to. So thank you for that. I suck in a quiet breath, but before I can give her a response, she scoots closer and presses her lips firmly to mine.
Fallon. Are you sure about this? He nods, but everything else about his demeanor says he's not. Half an hour ago, we were making out on the beach. 5 minutes into our kiss, he sat straight up and announced he wanted a tattoo. Tonight, he said. Right now. So here we are. He's sitting in the chair waiting on the tattoo artist, and I'm leaning against the wall, waiting for him to chicken out. He won't tell me what the tattoo means. He's getting the word poetic across his left wrist, written inside a music staff. I don't know why he won't tell me the meaning behind it, but at least it's not my name. I mean, I like the guy. A lot. But permanently inking a girl's name into your skin is a pretty alpha male thing to do this early on in a relationship, especially on the wrist. And why did I just refer to this as a relationship? Oh God, what if that's why he's getting a tattoo? What if he's trying to come off as more of a tough guy? I should probably warn him that he's doing it wrong. I clear my throat to get his attention. I hate to say this, Ben, but a wrist tattoo of the word poetic isn't very alpha male. It's quite the opposite, actually. You sure you don't want to go with a skull? Some barbed wire? Something bloody, maybe? His lip curls up into a crooked grin. Don't worry, Fallon. I'm not doing this to impress girls. I don't know why I love that answer as much as I do. The tattoo artist walks back into the room and points at Ben's wrist where he drew the outline of the tattoo a few minutes earlier. If you like the placement, we'll get started. The tattoo is sketched in ink from one side of his wrist to the other. He nods and tells the guy he's ready. Ben motions to me. Can she sit in my lap and distract me? The guy shrugs, pulling Ben's arm in front of him, but he says nothing. As soon as the thought begins to cross my mind that this guy is probably wondering what Ben is doing with someone who looks like I do, Ben interrupts my bout of insecurity. Come here, he says, patting his leg. Distract me. I do what he says, but the only way I can sit on his lap is if I straddle him. At least I'm in jeans, but I still feel awkward that I'm sitting like this in the middle of a tattoo parlor. Ben's hand comes to rest on my waist, and he squeezes. I can hear the buzz of the needle, and the slight difference in the sound once it presses into his skin. He doesn't even make a face other than giving me a tiny smile. I do what I can to distract him, so I continue the small talk we shared on the beach. What's your favorite color?
Malachite green.
I make a face. That's a very specific green, but okay.
It's what color your eyes are. Also happens to be my favorite mineral.
You have a favorite mineral?
Do now.
I look down to avoid him seeing my embarrassed smile straight on. I feel his hand squeeze my waist again. I'm guessing the needle is distracting him more than I am, so I throw out another question. What's your favorite food?
Pad Thai, he says. Yours?
Sushi. They're almost the same thing.
Not even close, he says.
They're both Asian food. What's your favorite movie?
These questions are boring. Try harder.
I drop my head back and look up at the ceiling as I think. Okay. Who was your first girlfriend? I ask, bringing my eyes back to him.
Bryn Fellows. I was 13.
I thought you said her name was Abatha. He grins.
You have a good memory.
I raise a serious brow. It's not that I have a good memory, Ben. I'm just insanely jealous and unstable when it comes to your past loves. He laughs.
Abatha was the first girl I kissed, not my first girlfriend. I was 15, dated her for a year.
Why'd you break up?
We were 16.
He says that like it's a valid reason. He can see the question in my expression, so he says,
"That's what you do when you're dating at 16. You break up. What about you? Who was your first boyfriend?"
Real or fake?
Either, he says. You.
I watch his eyes closely to see if there's pity in them, but it looks more like pride. How many people have you slept with? He tightens his mouth,
not answering that.
More than 10?
Nope.
Less than 1?
Nope.
More than 5?
I don't kiss and tell.
I laugh. Yes, you do. In 5 years, you'll be telling the whole world about us in your book.
4 years,
he clarifies. When's your birthday? I ask him.
When's yours?
I asked you first.
But what if you're older than me? Isn't that a turn-off for girls, dating guys younger than them?
Isn't it a turn-off for guys to date girls with scars on over half their face? His hand squeezes my waist, and he eyes me hard.
Fallon.
He says my name like it's an entire lecture in itself. I was trying to be funny, I say. He doesn't smile.
I don't think self-deprecation is very funny.
That's only because you aren't the self who's doing the deprecating. The corner of his mouth twitches as he tries to hold back his smile.
July 4th, he says. The whole country celebrates my birthday every year. It's quite epic.
July 25th, which means you are officially older than me. I can safely pursue you now and not be considered a cougar. He runs his hand up my waist a couple of inches, and then his thumb moves side to side, slowly.
You can't pursue the willing, Fallon.
Oh, dang. He deserves a kiss for that comment. But there's a guy with a tattoo gun 2 feet away, and I'm not the type of girl who would make out with a guy in public. Apparently, I draw the line at straddling them.
There's something I need to know about you,
he says with a poignant stare.
And when I ask you this question, I want you to think very long and hard about the answer, because it might make or break this connection we have.
I swallow hard. Okay. What do you need to know? He winces just a little, and I'm not sure if it's from the tattoo gun or because he's nervous to ask the question.
Okay,
he says.
If you could only listen to one band for the rest of your life, which band would you choose and why?
I instantly relax. This is easy. I thought he was about to dig a whole lot deeper than my favorite band.
Ex-Ambassadors. Never heard of them, he says.
I've seen them twice,
the guy with the tattoo gun says. Ben and I both look at him, but he's focused on his work. I look back at Ben and arch my eyebrow. Why would my favorite band make or break us?
A lot can be said about a person through their taste in music. Pretty sure I read that in one of the books you gave me. If you would have picked a band I hated, it would have been a major turnoff.
Well, you might still hate them once you listen to them, so we aren't in the clear yet.
In that case, I'll never listen to them, he says confidently.
Not if I have anything to do with it.
What's your favorite lyric by them? He asks.
It changes depending on my mood.
Well then, what's your favorite lyric right now?
I close my eyes briefly and hum one of the songs in my head until I get to the lyric that fits this moment. I open my eyes and smile. You're so gorgeous 'cause you make me feel gorgeous. A faint smile works its way across his mouth.
I like that, he says,
brushing his thumb across the skin of my waist. We stare at each other for a while. I can see the rise of his chest becoming more prominent, and knowing he's getting worked up despite having a needle piercing his skin makes me feel a little triumphant. I think about maybe just leaning forward and giving him a small peck on the mouth. But before I can, the tattoo artist says,
"Done."
I slide off his lap and we look at the finished product before it's bandaged up. It turned out great, but I still don't know what prompted it, or why he needed it tonight. But I'm glad I got to be here with him while he had it done. He stands up and pulls his wallet out of his pocket to tip the guy. When he takes my hand in his to walk me to his car, every step I take grows heavier and heavier, because I know with each step, we're closer to another goodbye. On our drive to the airport, I'm on edge the entire way. I keep asking myself if this new urge to not want to get on that plane to go back to New York is a result of my feelings for Ben or for New York. I know I told him at the beach that I'm happy in New York, but I'm still almost as unhappy there as I was here. I just don't want him to know that. I'm hoping my involvement in the community theater will help me make a few more friends. After all, it's only been 1 year, but it's been a tough year. And as much as I tried to stick with the homework he gave me, going on audition after audition is exhausting when all I get are rejections. It makes me wonder if my father's right. I might be dreaming too big. And despite Ben having given me a lot of my confidence back, it doesn't make an industry built on looks any less shallow. And Broadway is so far out of my reach, it's laughable. The amount of people who show up for auditions makes me feel like a small ant in a massive colony. The only chance I probably have of standing out is if the role requires someone who actually has facial scars. And so far, I haven't gotten that lucky.
"Do you need another dramatic airport scene?"
he asks as we approach the terminal. I laugh and tell him absolutely not, so he parks in the parking garage this time. Before we walk inside the airport, he pulls me to him. I can see sadness in his eyes, and I know without a doubt he can see in my expression how much I don't want to say goodbye. He trails the backs of his fingers down my cheek, and I shiver.
"I'll come to New York next year. Where do you want to meet?"
"In Brooklyn," I tell him. "That's where I live. I want to show you around my neighborhood, and there's this really great tapas restaurant you have to try." I type the address to one of my favorite restaurants into his phone. I also type in the date and time, not that it's easily forgotten. I hand it back to him. He slides the phone in his back pocket and pulls me in for another hug. We hold the hug for at least 2 solid minutes, neither of us wanting to let go. His hand is cradled around the back of my head, and I try to memorize how his hand feels there. I try to memorize how he smells, just like the beach where we spent over 3 hours together tonight. I try to memorize how my mouth rests right at the height of his neck, as though his shoulders were made for me to rest my head on them. I lean into him and kiss his neck, a soft peck and nothing more. He lifts my head off his shoulder, tilting my face up to his, scrolling over my features.
I thought I was tougher than a word, he says, but I just discovered that having to say goodbye to you is one of the hardest things I've ever had to do.
I want to say, then beg me to stay, but his mouth is on mine, and he's kissing me hard. He's saying goodbye with the way his lips move over mine, the way his hands caress my cheeks, the way his mouth moves to my forehead and presses one single, gentle kiss right in the center of it before he releases me. He practically pushes away from me, as if putting distance between us will make this any easier. He walks backward until he's at the edge of the curb, and all my words are lodged in my throat, so I press my lips tightly together and try not to let them loose. We stare at each other for several seconds, the pain in this goodbye evident in the air between us. And then he turns and jogs back toward the parking garage. And I try not to cry, because that would be silly. Right? I've never liked window seats, so when I hear the woman in the aisle seat say something to the effect of hating aisle seats, I offer her mine. I'm not scared of flying unless I'm looking out the window, and if I'm in a window seat, I feel I'm taking it for granted if I don't look out the window, and then I spend the entire flight staring at the world below us, and it makes me panic more than if I just don't put myself in that position. I set my purse beneath the seat in front of me and try to get comfortable. I'm relieved Ben is coming to New York next year, because the flight from LA to New York is one of my least favorite things. I close my eyes and hope I can get a few hours of sleep. I won't have time to sleep before rehearsals tomorrow, and I would just sleep in, but tomorrow is opening day and I have to be there for the last rehearsal.
Hey.
I hear Ben's voice and smile, because that means I'm definitely going to sleep just fine if I'm already confusing reality with dreams.
Fallon.
My eyes flick open. I look up to see Ben standing next to me. What in the ever-loving hell? I look at his hand and he's holding a plane ticket. I sit up straight. What are you doing? Someone is trying to squeeze past him, so he moves to where he's standing as close to me as he can get. When the man passes, Ben kneels down.
I forgot to give you homework for this year.
He hands me a folded sheet of paper.
I had to buy a plane ticket in order to get it to you before you took off, so that means you have to follow through with it, or I'm out a lot of money for not. And who actually says not? Anyway, that's all. Totally not an alpha move, but whatever.
I look at the paper in my hands and then back up at him. Did he seriously buy a plane ticket just to give me homework?
You're insane.
He grins, but then has to stand again to let someone else pass. A flight attendant tells him he needs to clear the aisle and take his seat. He winks at me. I better go before I get stuck on the plane. He leans down and gives me a small peck on the lips. I try to hide the flicker of sadness I know is evident in my eyes. I force a smile just before he turns and makes his way toward the exit. A flight attendant intercepts him and asks why he's not in his seat. He mutters something about a family emergency, so she allows him to pass. But right before he's out of my line of sight, he turns around and winks. And then he's gone. Did that really just happen? I look down at the paper in my hands, and I'm nervous to even open it, wondering what homework assignment could possibly be worth the purchase of a plane ticket.
Fallon. I lied. Kind of. I don't have a lot of homework for you because I think you're doing a good job at adulting. I mostly wanted to give you this letter because I wanted to thank you for showing up today. I forgot to thank you earlier. It sucks that you have to go a day without sleep, but it means a lot that you sacrifice that sleep to follow through with our arrangement. I'll make it up to you next year, I promise. As for this year, there's only one thing I want you to do. Go visit your father. I know, he's an asshole, but he's the only father you have. And when you told me you haven't spoken to him since last year, I couldn't help but feel at fault for that. I feel guilty for the fight you guys got into because my butting in didn't help matters. I should have stayed out of it, but had I stayed out of it, I wouldn't have had the privilege of finding out what kind of panties you had on. So I guess I'm saying, I don't really regret butting in, but I do feel bad that maybe your relationship with your father wouldn't be so strained had I just minded my own business. So for that, I think, maybe you should give him another chance. When I realized I forgot to ask you to do this one small thing, it was worth the $400 plane ticket I just had to buy. So don't let me down, okay? Call him tomorrow. For me. Next year, I want all the hours of November 9th I can get with you. Let's meet an hour earlier, and I'll stay until midnight. In the meantime, I hope you still get laughed at. Ben. I read the note through again before folding it. I'm happy he's no longer on the plane because the smile on my face is embarrassing. I can't believe he just did that. And I can't believe I'm going to suck it up and call my father tomorrow simply because Ben asked me to. But even more than that, I'm in shock he spent that much money on a plane ticket just to give me this letter. That seems like more of a grand gesture than an inconsequential moment. And I love it just as much, if not more, than the inconsequential things he does. Maybe I don't know the first thing about falling in love, because I've been telling myself I'm not falling for him yet, that it's too soon. But it's not. What's happening inside my heart right now is way too consequential to deny. I think I've been misjudging the whole concept of insta-love. Now, if I can just figure out how we can finish these next few years with a happy ending.
3rd November 9th. She loved me, in quotations. She kissed me, in bold. I tried to keep her, in all caps. She left with an ellipsis. Benton James Kessler.
Fallon. I brought a notebook to the restaurant with me. It's a little embarrassing, but so much has happened this year. I started taking notes back in January. I'm also a neat freak, so Ben is lucky in that regard. He won't have to do much research on me because it's all here. All 4 guys I went out with, All the auditions I went on, the fact that I'm speaking to my father again, the 4 callbacks I received, the one, very small, role I actually landed in an off-Broadway play, and how, as excited as I was about it, I miss the community theater more than I expected to. Maybe because I enjoyed everyone wanting my advice. Now that I've got a small role in a slightly larger production, it feels different. Everyone is trying to climb their way to the top, and they'll crawl over anyone to get there. There are a lot of competitive people in this world, and I've discovered I'm not really one of them. But today, I'm not going to dwell on what is or isn't going right in my life, because today is all about Ben and me. I have our entire day mapped out. After we eat breakfast, we're doing typical touristy things. I've lived in New York for 2 years now, and I've still never been to the Empire State Building. After lunch, though, is the part I'm most excited about. I was walking past an art studio a couple of weeks ago and noticed a flyer for an event called The Life and Death of Dylan Thomas, but mostly the death. He's brought up Dylan Thomas's name a couple of times, so I know he likes his work, and the fact that the event takes place in that studio today, of all days, isn't nearly as fascinating as what else I learned from the flyer. Dylan Thomas died in New York City in 1953, on November 9th. What are the odds? I had to Google that information just to make sure it was right. It is. And I have no idea if Ben even knows that about Dylan Thomas. I'm kind of hoping he doesn't, so I can see the look on his face when I tell him. Are you Fallon? I look up at the waitress. She's the same waitress who has refilled my Diet Pepsi twice, but this time, she has an apologetic look about her. And a phone in her hands. My heart sinks. Please just let him be late. Please don't let him be calling me because he isn't coming today. I nod. Yeah. She pushes the phone at me. He says it's an emergency. You can bring the phone back to the counter when you're done. I take it out of her hands and pull it to my chest, with both hands. But then I quickly pull it away because I'm afraid he'll be able to hear my heart pounding on his end of the line. I look down at it and inhale a slow breath. I can't believe I'm reacting this way. I had no idea how much I've been anticipating today until the threat that it might be taken away from me. I slowly lift the phone to my ear. I close my eyes and mutter, "Hello?" I immediately recognize the sigh that comes from the other end of the line. It's crazy how I don't even have to hear his voice to recognize him. That's how embedded he is in my mind. Even the sound of his breath is familiar. "Hey," he says. It's not the kind of desperate greeting I wanted to hear. I need him to sound panicked, late, like he's just walking off the airplane and he's terrified I'll leave before he has a chance to get here. Instead, it's a lazy hey, like he's sitting on a bed somewhere, relaxed, not at all in a panic to get to me. "Where are you?" I utter the dreaded question, knowing he's about to give me an answer that's almost 3,000 miles from New York. "Los Angeles," he says. I close my eyes and wait for more words to come, but they don't. He fails to follow it up with any type of explanation, which only means he feels guilty. He's met someone. "Oh," I say. "Okay." I try not to be transparent, but my sadness is audible. "I'm really sorry," he says. I hear the truth in his words, but it does little to comfort me. "Is everything okay?" He doesn't answer my question immediately. The silence grows thick between us, until he sucks in a rush of air. "Fallon," he says, his voice faltering on my name.
I don't even know how to say this gently, but my brother, Kyle, he was in a wreck 2 days ago.
I cover my mouth with my hand as his words rush through me. Oh no. Ben, is he okay? More silence. And then a weak no. The word is spoken so quietly, it's as if he's in a state of disbelief. He didn't make it, Fallon. I'm unable to respond to that sentence. I don't know what to say. I have absolutely no useful words. I don't know Ben well enough to know how to console him over a phone, and I didn't know Kyle well enough to express my sadness over his death. Several seconds pass before Ben speaks again.
I would have called before now, but, I didn't know how to reach you.
I shake my head as if he can see me. Stop. It's okay. I'm so sorry, Ben.
Yeah, he says, saddened.
Me too. I want to ask him if there's anything I can do, but I know he's probably tired of hearing that. More silence engulfs the line, and I'm angry at myself for not knowing how to respond to this. It's just so unexpected, and I've never experienced anything like what he must be going through right now, so I don't even try to fake empathy.
This is killing me,
he says, his voice in a rushed whisper.
I'll see you next year, though, I promise.
I squeeze my eyes shut. I can hear the underlying hurt in his side of our conversation, and it makes me ache for him.
Same time next year?
He asks.
Same place?
Of course. I try to get the words out before I burst into tears, before I tell him I can't wait another year.
Okay,
he says.
I have to go. I'm really sorry.
I'll be fine, Ben. Please don't feel bad. I understand. Silence hangs between us until he finally sighs.
Goodbye, Fallon.
The line disconnects before I speak again. I look down at the phone and tears are blurring my vision. I'm heartbroken, crushed. And I'm such an asshole, because as much as I want to convince myself I'm crying over the loss of Ben's brother, I'm not. I'm crying for completely selfish reasons, and recognizing that I'm such a pathetic human makes me cry even harder.
Ben. I'm clenching the cell phone in my hand in an attempt to avoid punching through my bedroom door. I was hoping the waitress would tell me she wasn't there. I was hoping she didn't show up so I wouldn't have to disappoint her. I'd rather she have met someone else, fallen in love, and forgotten about me than to be responsible for the disappointment I just heard in her voice. I roll from my shoulder to my back and let my head fall against the door. I look up at the ceiling and fight back the tears that have been trying to take over since I found out about Kyle's wreck. I haven't cried yet, not even once. What good would it have done Jordan if I was a broken mess when I delivered the news that her husband died a week shy of their 1-year anniversary, 3 months before the birth of their first child? And what good would it have done Ian if I had been a blubbering mess on the phone when I had to tell him his little brother was dead? I knew he'd have to make arrangements to come straight home after I got off the phone with him, so I needed him to know that I was fine. I had things under control here, and he didn't need to rush. The closest I've come to crying was just now, on the phone with Fallon. For some reason, it was harder telling her the news than anyone, and I think it was because I knew Kyle's death wasn't the real factor in our conversation. It was the unspoken fact that we've both been anticipating this day since we had to tear ourselves apart last year. And as much as I wanted to reassure her that I'd be there next year, all I wanted to do was fall to my knees and beg her to come here, today. I've never needed to wrap my arms around someone more than I do right now, and I'd give anything to have her here with me. To just be able to press my face in her hair and feel her arms around my waist, her hands on my back. There isn't a single thing in this world that could comfort me like she could. But I didn't tell her that. I couldn't. Maybe I should have. But asking her to come to me at the last minute is more of a request than I could ever make. The doorbell rings, and I stand at attention, pulling myself from the regret I feel over the phone call I just had to make. I toss my cell phone onto the bed and head downstairs. Ian is opening the front door when I reach the bottom step. Tate steps inside, and her arms go around his neck. I'm not surprised to see her and Miles here. Miles and Ian have been best friends since before I was born, so I'm glad Ian has them. It does make me wallow in a little bit of a deeper pool of self-pity, knowing his best friends are here with him, and the only person I want is 3,000 miles away. Tate releases Ian and hugs me. Miles walks through the front door and hugs Ian, but says nothing. Tate turns around and reaches for one of the bags in Miles's hand, but he pulls it from her. "Don't," he says, his eyes falling to her stomach. "I'll take all our stuff to the room. You go to the kitchen and make yourself something to eat. You still haven't had breakfast." Ian closes the door behind him and looks at Tate. "Is he still not letting you lift anything?" She rolls her eyes. "I never thought I'd get tired of being treated like a princess, but I'm so over it. I can't wait until this baby comes and his attention is focused on her and not me." Miles smiles at her. "Not gonna happen. I'll have more than enough attention for both of you." Miles nods a greeting at me as he passes, heading toward the guest bedroom. Tate looks at me. "Is there anything I can do? Please put me to work. I need to feel useful for a change." I motion for her to follow me into the kitchen. She pauses when she sees the countertops. "Holy shit." "Yeah," I say, looking at all the food. People have been dropping casseroles off for 2 days. Kyle worked for a software company that employed about 200 people, and the building is only 7 miles from our house. I'm pretty sure more than half of them have brought food by over the last couple days. We've already filled up the refrigerator, plus the one in the garage, but I feel bad just throwing stuff out. Tate pushes the sleeves up on her blouse and scoots past me. I have no qualms with throwing away a perfectly good casserole. She opens one of the containers, sniffs it, and makes a face. She quickly shuts it. "That's definitely not a keeper," she says, tossing the entire dish in the trash. I'm standing in the kitchen watching her, realizing for the first time that she looks to be about as far along as Jordan, maybe a little further. "When are you due?" 9 weeks, she says. 2 weeks ahead of Jordan. She glances up at me, pulling the lid off another container. "How is she?" I take a seat at the bar, releasing a deep breath as I do. "Not good. I can't get her to eat anything. She won't even leave her room." "Is she asleep?" "I hope. Her mother flew in last night, but Jordan doesn't want to interact with her either. I was hoping she'd be able to help." Tate nods, but I noticed her wipe at a tear when she turns around. "I can't imagine what she's going through," she says in a whisper. "I can't either, and I don't want to try. There's too much that needs to be done before Kyle's funeral for me to get caught up in what the hell is going to happen to Jordan and their baby." I walk to Ian's room and knock on his door. When I enter, he's pulling a different shirt over his head. His eyes are red, and he swipes at them quickly before bending to put on his shoes. I pretend I don't notice he's been crying. "You ready?" I ask him. He nods and follows me out the door. He's been taking this really hard, as he should. But it's just one more reason why I can't let this break me. Not yet. Because right now I'm the only one holding us all together. A few days ago, I assumed I'd be spending today with Fallon in New York. I never imagined I'd be spending it at a funeral home, picking out a casket for the one person in this world who knew me better than anyone. "What do you plan to do at the house?" my uncle asks. He pulls a beer from the refrigerator. As soon as he closes the door, he opens it again and takes out a casserole dish. He lifts the corner of it and sniffs it, then shrugs and grabs a fork from a nearby drawer. "What do you mean?" I ask, just as he shoves a spoonful of chilled noodles in his mouth. He waves the fork around the room. "The house," he says with a mouthful. He swallows and stabs at the casserole again. "I'm sure Jordan will move back to Nevada with her mother. Are you just going to stay here by yourself? I hadn't thought about it, but he's right. It's a big house, and I doubt I'll want to stay here by myself. But the thought of selling it fills me with dread. I've lived in this house since I was 14, and I know my mother is gone, but she would never want us to sell this house. She even said so herself. I don't know. I haven't really thought about it. He pops the lid on his beer. Well, if you plan to sell it, make sure you let me list it. I can get you a great price. My aunt speaks up from behind me. Seriously, Anthony? Don't you think it's a little too soon? She looks at me. I'm sorry, Ben. Your uncle is an asshole. Now that she brought it up, I guess it is in poor taste to be discussing this with me just 10 minutes after they show up. I've lost count of who all is at my house right now. It's almost 7 in the evening, and at least 5 cousins have stopped by. 2 sets of aunts and uncles have brought us casserole dishes, and Ian and Miles are on the porch out back. Tate is still running around the house cleaning, despite Miles's desperate pleas for her to rest. And Jordan, well, she still hasn't left her bedroom. Ben, come here, Ian yells from outside. I gladly escape the conversation with my uncle and open the screen door. Ian and Miles are both sitting on the porch steps, staring out over the backyard. What? Ian turns around. Did you contact his old job and let them know? I didn't even think about it. I nod. Yeah, I called them yesterday. What about that friend of his with the red hair? The one who was in the wedding? Yeah. He knows. Everyone knows, Ian. It's called Facebook. He nods and then turns back around again. He's hardly ever here because of his schedule, so I guess showing up and not knowing what he can do to help makes him feel useless. He's not, though. The simple fact that he's allowing me to stay preoccupied with all the busy work is actually helping a little bit, especially after not being able to see Fallon today like I was supposed to. I close the back door and bump into Tate. Sorry, she says, sidestepping around me. I think I've convinced Jordan to finally eat something. She rushes to the refrigerator and shoots my uncle a dirty look as she watches him dig through each of the casserole dishes. Stop snacking and let's go, my aunt says to him. We have that dinner with Claudia and Bill. They hug me goodbye and say they'll see me at the funeral. When my aunt isn't looking, Uncle Anthony slips me his realtor card. When I shut the front door behind them, I lean against it and exhale. I think having to interact with all the visitors is the worst part of this whole family member death thing. I don't remember visitors being this frequent when my mother died several years ago, but then again, Kyle was alive to play the part I'm playing right now. I sulked in my bedroom like Jordan is doing right now, hiding away from all the people. The thought of Kyle taking care of things back then when he was so young fills me with guilt. He had to have been hurting over her death just as much as I was, but I needed him to hold things together since I did nothing but fall apart. I slide my hands down my face, wanting it all to be over with. I want the day to end so we can get tomorrow over with, and then the funeral will come and go. I just want things to settle down. But then again, I'm scared of how I'll feel when the dust finally does have a chance to settle. I kick off the door and head toward the kitchen when the doorbell rings. Again. I groan just as Tate passes me with a plate of food. I would get it, but... She looks down at the plate and drink in her hands. If you can just get her to eat something, I'll entertain the 10 million visitors. Tate nods a sympathetic agreement, heading back toward Jordan's room. I swing open the door. I blink twice to ensure I'm really seeing her. Fallon glances up at me, and I don't say anything right away. I'm scared if I speak, the apparition will disappear. I would have called first, she says, looking nervous. I didn't know your number, but I just... She blows out a quick breath. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. I open my mouth to speak, but she holds up a hand to stop me. I just lied to you. I'm sorry. I'm not here to see if you're okay. I know you're not okay. I just couldn't function after you hung up. The thought of not seeing you today and having to wait another year completely gutted me, and... I step forward and shut her up with my mouth. She sighs against my lips and wraps her arms around me, clasping her hands together behind my back. I kiss her hard, unable to believe that she's actually standing here, that she went straight to the airport after hanging up with me today and spent money on a ticket to fly all the way to Los Angeles just to see me. I continue to kiss her as I pull her into the house with me. My arm is around her waist, securing her against me, afraid that if I let her go, she'll vanish into thin air. I need... She tries to speak, but my mouth pressed to hers is preventing her from it. She opens the front door and tries to pull away from me. I release her just enough so that she can say what she's trying to say. I have to tell the driver he can go. I wasn't sure you'd want me here. I step around her and swing the door open wider. I wave the driver off and then close the door and grab her hand. I pull her up the stairs toward my room, away from everyone in the world I don't want to see or speak to right now. She's the only one I wanted with me today, and here she is, just for me, because she missed me. If she's not careful, I might just fall in love with her. Tonight.
Fallon. He closes his bedroom door behind us and pulls me in for a long hug. I've second-guessed my decision to show up today since the minute I bought my ticket. I almost turned around 100 different times. I didn't think he'd want to see me with everything going on in his life right now. I thought maybe he would be angry that he told me he'd see me next year, but I showed up unannounced anyway. I never anticipated seeing the relief wash over his face when he opened the door. I never anticipated him kissing me like he missed me just as much as I've missed him. I never thought he'd just stand here and hug me for as long as he's been hugging me. He hasn't spoken a single word to me yet, but his actions have said a million thank yous. I close my eyes and keep my head pressed against his chest. He has one hand wrapped around the back of my head and the other hand secured around my back. I could stand here all night. If this is all we did, if he never even speaks a single word, it's worth the trip. I wonder if he feels the same way. If thoughts of me consume him all day long, like thoughts of him consume me. If everything he does and everywhere he goes, he wishes he were sharing it with me. He kisses the top of my head and then plants his hands on my cheeks, tilting my face up to his. I can't believe you're here, he says. I can see a smile at war with the devastation in his expression. I don't speak because I still don't know what to say. I just run my hand down the side of his face and brush my thumb over his lips. I shouldn't be surprised that he's even more appealing this year than last. He's all man now. Gone are the pieces of boy I could still catch a glimpse of the last time I saw him. How are you holding up? I'm still stroking his face, and he's still stroking mine. But he doesn't answer me. Instead, he connects his lips with mine and walks me backward, away from the door. He gently lowers me onto the bed, adjusting me so that I'm lying on his pillow. He breaks our kiss and slides over me. He doesn't lie adjacent to me. Instead, he presses his head against my chest and listens to my heartbeat. As he secures his arms tightly around me, I bring my hand up and begin to stroke his hair in long, slow movements. We lie quietly for so long I begin to wonder if he's fallen asleep. But after a few minutes, his grip around me grows desperate. He tilts his face until it's completely buried in my shirt, and his shoulders begin to shake as he starts to cry. It feels like my heart explodes into millions of tiny tears, and I want to wrap myself around him while he mourns. But his cry is so quiet, I can tell he doesn't want me to acknowledge it. He just needs me to let him cry. So that's exactly what I do. 5 minutes pass before he pulls himself together, but half an hour passes before he finally pulls away from me.